Sorry about that, guys. Good morning. All right. Discord working? Cool. Oh, Victor. Son of a bitch. No, it looks good. Nice open. Everything kind of came down last night. It wasn't just GameStop. It was a lot of things. Ooh. Hold on. Oh, sorry. I'll fix that. Give me a second. There we go. It's me. I'm here. My options are down 40%. Did you buy weekly options yesterday before earnings? Colorado Cav? Jesus. Negative Maze a few days ago. Your Maze, I mean, we had a $7 overnight price drop, right? Give or take. So you're probably experiencing some loss of the delta, but interestingly, not a lot of IV crush this morning. At the money IV on GameStop still 273%. I don't think that's updated. Maze got crushed out about by 10%, probably 10-20% IV. It hasn't updated yet, that's all. Give it 15 minutes from CBOE. Any idea how the put I bought before it closed yesterday dropped 50% at open? Yeah, IV crush. So can we get a teaser on the Limerick contest? What's the best one so far? The contest is over. We me and the quant team finished judging it last night and distributed the prizing and everything already. We're very quick. But I will read them out today, but I'll wait a little bit till everyone's here. Could you summarize on the reasons why you believe what's been kicked from January will happen very soon? Yeah, because they continued to compound their positions by using ETFs to offset their requirements, which I mean we discussed in the past was always possible for them to use creation at great expense to offset gamma exposure and things like that. They also, used ETF creation to short us under most of the gamma exposure. Um, that should have all been due on OPEX, but it wasn't fully realized or covered. Even though some of it may have been, some of the hedging may have been done. The failed obligations for share creation was not covered, and that's why we still see XRT on the reg show threshold list. Can you clip the limericks? Sure. Shortable shares almost all barred. Yeah, they were pretty low already this morning. Your 9:30 message. Oh, thanks. Is this OPEX or a trap? I think it's a little covering being done. They shorted pretty heavily last night. Um, Main takeaway from earnings call is that I get to watch my dad for at least another quarter. Also bought some at a discount. Win-win. Thanks. To be honest, the dip from earnings wasn't even that bad. I expected worse. I mean, frankly, there's not much lower they can take us. We got the Vega neutral update from Haley last night. If they drop us below Vega neutral, they have to rehedge their variance swaps at a lower spot, and doing that runs the price back up. So it's kind of a solid floor. We've only ever bounced off of Vega neutral, I think, twice since we've been paying attention, at least. I think once was back in the flash crash, if I'm not mistaken, in March. And then the other time was a few weeks ago when we hit our low. And I think that was when it was around 87-ish. Might have just been a couple days ago. Actually, yeah, it was just a couple days ago we bounced off of it. So they really don't want to short us below Vega neutral. Not good for them. It's much better to short the stock at 200 than it is to short it at 73 anyway. How many shares borrowed today to short? There was a few this morning from IBKR, like 30,000 or so. Most of them were borrowed yesterday. Is it possible retail owns the float? Many of us haven't DRS'd. Some percentage of it. And if we look at like, we have a few things, data sets we can look at. We can look at the Bloomberg report. Son of a bitch. Turn on Epic Pen, because I've discussed this with so many people over the night. Last night I was a little confused on stream because I was kind of just getting information from everybody all at once. But yeah, the 125,000 accounts are beneficial owners. This is DRS, right? This is the number of like DRS accounts. And you know, that's 8.9 million shares. And then so that's a number we know. The other numbers we know are Bloomberg report, which shows retail ownership at roughly, let's see, did I have that open? Yeah, I do. 8 points. Let me open a calculator here. It's got you guys might have a hard time seeing this here. I'll disappear. So you have 8.68. Then 1.61, 1.38, 1.18. These could represent some retail ownership, but likely they don't. These are individual brokerage accounts. So 8.68 million. Oh, fucking, I got it. Yeah, I know. Oh, son of a bitch. Hold on. Piece of shit. I fucking hate Epic Pen so much. Is it going to crash OBS? Okay. So these are individual retail brokerage accounts. So representing 8.68 million shares. There may be some shares contained in here that also represent retail. But, you know, that brings us up to around 21.75 million shares, which is strikingly close to the estimated ownership that was reported at the shareholders meeting of like 22 million. I mean, that's the best data we've got the shareholders meeting as well, which indicates between 22 to 32 million based on vote count. I think it's highly unlikely that no institutions voted in the shareholders meeting. So, and then probably I would say that Bloomberg, if anything, is underestimating, right? And that data is from December, so it's kind of old. I would say our share ownership of the float is high. I would not say it is 100% given our bid-ask spread. If we look at stocks where we know ownership is far higher, like DDS, or, we see like a $2 spread at the money. And we look at GameStop and it's about 30-cent spread, 28-cent spread at the money. So I would say between 60 to 90% of the float at the high end. What's he have said? I understand what they're doing, making a new company with PIPE funding from the share offering. For hedge funds covering ETF rebalancing and retail funded the new GME. Yeah. Any potential stock buyback? Do you know $101.3 million, which at the current price represents $82 a share. I guess we could go with $12,000 shares. It's not very significant. Oh no, it's 101. Sorry. Few zeros off. Yes, 1.2 million. Sorry, I'm not awake. Seven shares. Kenny defaulted on billions in Russian bonds. You mean Russia defaulted on billions in Russian bonds? Some idiot thinks retail owns like 1 billion shares. Probably the same ones who come out with the I'm not selling until the price is a phone number. Yeah. Funded the account today to buy the dip. You think we'll see a possible low 73 you mentioned in the daily? No. I mean, they don't want us to hit Vega neutral. Like, that's not ideal. That's why we haven't really hit it yet. Like, we bounced higher than it the other day. We'll probably bounce higher than it today as well. It's not as low as they could short. They could bring it down lower, but they'd have to rehedge their position, which then drives the price up. So they'd have to bring it into Vega neutral at 73, right? And then they have to rehedge, which is going to drive the price up, and then they have to bring it down below Vega neutral, which is not something they've ever done in the past, because why would they? Shorting it down to 73 is more than sufficient. SS says 1 DRS share is all you need to retire. You can't fix stupid, man. I don't know what to tell you. Seems like they announced that share buyback quite a few times yesterday. Would a well-timed announcement of a buyback cause significant pressure, say next week? I mean, it was in the earnings report a shocking number of times. 3, I believe it was mentioned. Sure. I mean, the price is right. They could be doing it right now for all we know. 1.16 million shares bought this morning already. Or, well, volume traded. BBBY dip, now bounce. You think SPY is going to do an ouchie down today? It looks like it's trying to recover a little bit. It's still up above this like 437 resistance. I think it looks good out here on the 1 hour to keep moving up. You know, consolidated into close and after hours yesterday, losing a little bit of the value gained, but not all. Just back down to the previous resistance at 436, and then I think it looks very good for a move up to 442. A break of 442 is significant, but we'll see if that happens. What's your price target for Docu? I don't know anymore. It was 90, but it's still going. Great to see Frega's returns. I know. I couldn't be happier. My April 14 calls are down about 80%. Is it worth rolling them now, or do you think you see a chance that they recover even some of their value before expiration? So I'm assuming you've lost delta value because your theta should still be decent. Let's see, you got what? Almost a month out. Maybe if I had April 14s, I might wait till like Tuesday of next week. That T+2 from today could be kind of spicy. I just noticed your chair looks comfier. I'm not actually sure about that. It's new. I don't know if it's comfier. What's up, TV? When are you closing your hedge from earnings this morning? Oh, it closed out at market open. It's actually the first time I've ever lost money on earnings puts. Actually, you're probably seeing some price action because of people closing out earnings hedges. So as they close out the short straddle, my 80s didn't do very well. My 85s did fine, but it's kind of like break even, I guess. There's negative $58 on the whole hedge. Minus, I guess, fees also. I'm not accounting for. So my loss like $60 hedging it. These chairs are not very plush. Yeah, I mean, I didn't want it to be plush. My wife got me a new chair as a gift, and I don't love it, but we can't return it. How do I save my relationship? I think being honest is your best course of action there. My camera is, oh, by the way, officially broken. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with it. Everything is in grayscale. The casing on the wiring is cracked for some reason, even though I've never moved the wire in the time that I've owned it. But if I touch that area, the camera just goes out entirely. I'm very upset about it. Rats? Mouse? Maybe. I don't have any rats, but maybe a mouse. It's New York City. I wouldn't be surprised if there was one creeping about. See anything happen with BBBY over the next few trading days? Any downs or mainly flat? I think mostly flat. This is a good time to probably take advantage of extremely cheap price it's at right now. Firm is up 10. I mean, it looks like it's just pushing. Next resistance at 42, so follow your trends. That's all you can do, right? I mean, that's kind of what happened with Docu. I mean, Docu's already way the fuck up more than I thought it would be. I guess my new target's like 94. It just keeps pushing up. I mean, the market keeps pushing up too, so you're going to see a lot of that money come back into tech. Is the volume we're seeing is due to quad witching? Sure. I mean, yeah, it could be. I'm sure liquidity across the market's a little higher today. They mentioned increasing cash reserve holdings. I mean, they mentioned that it's a goal to increase cash reserve holdings, which means they've spent a lot of what they think they're going to spend, most likely. I don't think that means a share offering. Is there a difference between mice and rats? Yeah. So I checked OBS, I checked Razor Synapse, I reinstalled Razor Synapse. Wasn't any of that. I thought it was just going to be issue with OBS. It was just not picking up any color at all. So I don't know if there's just something wrong with the like sensor and the camera. Even to get like to be visible, I had to like max out contrast. Otherwise, it's just all white. Like it's just lowered my cost basis from 155 to 120 on this dip. That's awesome, dude. Good job. Everything I know about New York City I learned from documentaries that follow the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and Seinfeld. Nice, Carl. I'm not looking at Prague. Not now, not ever. We've been over my feelings on that. I have a theory that certain SS members may be benefiting from CS for pumping DRS. Maybe that's why you were banned without even the courtesy of a reach around. Any thoughts on my DRS kickback theory? You mean my DRS kickback theory? I've been talking about this for weeks, Subway Cup. You got to pay attention to what's going on. But yeah, possibly. We found some evidence that DRS is paying TDA and high tower wealth management for well, essentially referral fees for new customers. So I'm sure they offer referral programs everywhere. And if they do, yeah, that would be a monetary incentive to push DRS. Devil's advocate, right? Damaged when you moved, like even a little since it's got. No, I bought the camera after I moved. Explain the difference because I'm scared of all of them. And one is significantly larger than the other, and they have like I don't know how to describe it. Bald tails, raw. Their tails are raw. A New York City rat's like the size of a chihuahua, and a New York City mouse is, like that big. Like they're tiny. When does Q2 end for GME? 6 weeks. Yeah, I uninstalled and reinstalled the drivers too. The firmware update's automatic. I don't think it's OBS either, because I don't have any filters set. The filter I set was one that, like, I had to bump the contrast, and then I set a white filter to get rid of the green screen. You sure you're not living in Pleasantville? DN still at 90? DN as of this morning, 93.30. Should I enter a leap now or wait for the price to be pushed down more? I mean, I think GameStop's going to push up. I think we're done with the earnings short, at least for now. Nice try. I'm not going to hit the camera. Superman is CK. Dude, thank you so much for the upgrade, man. I appreciate it. I guess hit me up on the Discord. Yeah, you're going to need to do that. You're going to DM me on the Discord and I'll get you the instructions for linking your YouTube account.
Treat this popcorn cold when the citadel.
Sorry, I just blew up everyone's ears. I know. I think I had that muted from yesterday. What color is your chair? Light blue? I thought it would be best to highlight my eyes. Do you still have open puts on GME from earnings? No, closed them at market open. Sorry, I didn't mean to kill your ears. Now that everyone's awake. What's the option chain saying? I mean, not much because we only have 15 minutes of data. Let's take a look. 1.6 million in Jan $90 calls. Bought? Yeah, bought. 160 Jan 160 or Jan 2160s, Jan 2200s, Jan 2175. So lots of long leaps. Puts sold. Yep. Bunch of bullish bets. Shit. Sorry, sweet and sour. 1 second, man. Isn't the end of Q1 in 6 weeks, not Q2? No. Right, March. What's GameStop's quarterly schedule? Might be off. June 30th. is the end of the next quarter. Well, June 30th is the end of the next fiscal quarter. I don't know what the end of GameStop's next fiscal quarter is. Isn't there quarter one over already? Q4 ended January 31st. GameStop's quarter one starts Feb. It starts, okay. June is end of Q2. Okay. 8 weeks? Thanks, OG. Outputs going into the earnings next month. I'm thinking of loading up. I don't know if I love that. Shopify looks like it's turning around. Do you think they're going to have shitty earnings? I don't know. That's you're betting on 2 missed earnings in a row. I don't love it unless the trend shifts. Has JFresh got the BBBY numbers yet, or do you give it to Monster? They're in the DD from yesterday, the daily. They're ramping up. It looks good. Entropy swaps in place. Could a bunch of unexpected buying cause them to cover earlier than planned? Take advantage of the buy pressure to maximize swap efficiency. Possibly, yeah. I mean, they can roll the swaps. It's just expensive. Feb, April, right? Wait. End of Q4 was 129.22. Can you explain what you think about what you're thinking about what is going on today, please? What do you mean? I feel like I said it was likely that we would continue up today, or at least neutral, and we're bouncing a bit. Probably lots of straddles being closed to the short side, which is deleveraging the market maker hedge. Are you ready for 7 hours of trying to count months? I mean, what, 6 weeks puts us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It puts us at the beginning of May. Today would have been a great day to buy near the money 0 DTE. I mean, I already have 80s and 85s. They're further out, but You teach us how to spot a reversal for a run like we're seeing now on GME. I mean, we had a double test of the, like, quadruple test of this low at 78 and after hours. And we continued to hold it. So it wasn't, like, I didn't really have any expectations of us dropping much below this. And with Vega neutral right here at 73, I mean, there wasn't like a lot of range for us to go down. Why short it super hard now, right? I mean, they already brought it down 10% or whatever. Why volume? We have FTDs today. We have futures expiration. We have the beginning of the S&P ETF rebalance. It's fucking quad witching. Why not? He's in WandaVision. Thanks. Q2 ends July 31st. Feels late. End of Q2 is July 31st. Okay. I'd imagine they'll announce it before the shareholders meeting or at the shareholders meeting, right? I just don't care when they announce it. That's a lot of people seem to care very, very much. Will it occur most likely after 6 weeks? Yeah. So that's right. 6 weeks puts us into May, which is Q2. So, and they didn't say they were announcing it by the end of Q2. They said they were announcing it by Q2. I don't get where I'm wrong here. Then he said launching before the end of Q2. The Q2 starts in 6 weeks. Does it not? Does 6 weeks not put us May 1st? I've counted it twice. It seems accurate. It's not happening in Q1. Oh, Jesus Christ. I'll just pull up the document and see what the exact statement on the NFT marketplace. Just give me a second. Fucking 10K. Bum, bum, bum. I'm actually not seeing shit in the fucking 10K about this. I'm gonna have to re-listen because it's not even in here. That's weird. All right. Intended launch of NFT marketplace by close of Q2 FY22. But I'm not seeing that in the 10K at all. Yeah. There's 8 instances of the word NFT in the 10K, and none of them are included in a statement like that. Prolong announcement, but how does it not in the 10K? They need to file an amendment. July options expiration for BBBY. Does this have something to do with that discussion we had yesterday? Might those expirations open up as we get closer to those dates? Thank you, and welcome back, Frag. No June and July options expiration for BBBY. Those would be monthlies for BBBY, right? It's probably not on the same same schedule, so it's probably JJow? No. It's the other one. May, August, November. Yeah, so I think BBBY is on F-Man for OCC. So yeah, as monthlies expire, so after today, more will open up. It's in the summary report. Oh, it's in the 8K. It's fucking annoying. By the end of the second quarter of fiscal year 2022. Okay. By the end of. So as early as 6 weeks when Q2 starts until the end of Q2, we can see the launch, right? We don't, by the end of does not mean at the end of. How's the options chain look? They're pretty bullish. Minimal buying, but bullish. Have you ever turned something in earlier than you had to? Yeah. Launch is good, but it'll take time to realize potential. I mean, institutional analysts are already pricing in revenue streams for it, right? Like they're already making estimations. They're not gonna wait until, you know, GameStop hits 2 billion revenue to fucking buy in, right? They'll buy in speculatively before then. And if you look at Chewy's history as Cohen was building it up, um, many of the deadlines he'd set were reached ahead of time or on time. Seems to be a big thing with him. Do you think there's a chance they launch an NFT marketplace timed to impact June futures the most? Or is that too important to delay for something like that? Maybe. I mean, the BBBY buy-in's already going to affect March futures. What's the CME rollover date for June? I need to start charting all of this out for this year. Index roll. June 6/10 is the roll date, 6/18 is expiration. Which comes pretty close to the end of, well, not that close to the end of the quarter, I guess. A month out, but do you think a cover call for GME is risky? I mean, a little bit today. Price for BBBY is good for a buy now. Yeah, I think so. Historically, like the $20 range is very good. Pop as soon as next week. Uh, Probably not next week, but it could. Yeah, I mean, it could run next week a little bit, depending on obligations cleared out here for the 18th. You're looking to buy puts on Melvin's long positions? No, because fucking 13Fs are old. They're old information and positions are obfuscated intentionally. So the information you get out of a 13F is completely fucking useless by the time you get the 13F. So you'll never have any idea what Melvin's active positions are. Jimmy borrow rate went up to 4.4. Yeah, it did, Johnny. Historically, $8 is good for BBBY. I mean, no, because they did share buybacks. So not anymore. Different float size now. $3.65 on IBKR. Still settled higher, like 1% higher than it was yesterday open. You still holding onto your protective GME puts? No, I sold them at market open. MULN still going. Goody. My 0 DTE 3850 XLF calls grant me attendees. Oil's dropping right now. Oh, which one's this? The financial? We have XLE. This is the bank one? A better ETF for this. Vanguard manages. I forget the name of it. 3850. I mean, you really need it to climb. I don't know. How much theta have you lost? Like, when did you buy them, Kyle? Yeah, I still have wheat. West bar rate 7.86. Are you considering DRSing some of your shares? Absolutely not. Are you looking to do anything with your VIX position? No. Oh, Christmas tree. Oh, Christmas tree. I wish for 115. Thank you, Nanixco. Nanixo. I appreciate it, man. NFT marketplace opens up on GME sales to global shareholder base is very bullish. Whole new markets globally. Time for puts on cat. No. Yeah, I don't think it's going anywhere fast either, Dr. Drake. I didn't expect it to. How likely is a 40 billion GME market cap this year? Unlikely. Do you expect more volatility today from rebalancing? Most of the rebalancing is going to be completed in the next T+3. Some of it might be completed today, but probably towards the end of the day. I closed my 112 CSP expiring today for 2200. How did I do? Why did you sell an in the money 112? No, they didn't give an estimate of NFT marketplace earnings. They just said that it was a $40 billion industry. $20 billion? It depends on e-commerce. E-commerce will add more value to the market cap than NFT will initially. So if e-commerce, if retail sales remain steady and e-commerce sales surpass retail sales by a significant margin, enough to be consider GameStop an e-commerce business and no longer a primarily retail business, that could add like 15 to 20 billion to the market cap, which gets us close to 40. Speculation on the NFT marketplace could be a different story. It'd be awesome if they announce a share buyback directly after the bear trap. I mean, they could already be doing it. They could have already done it. honestly. But we'll never know, right? Safe harbor laws mean they don't have to report it till the following quarter. So if you had to choose 100 shares of BBBY or 20 shares of GME, I think there's more advantage to be had in holding a position of 100 shares. You can sell covered calls on it, first of all. You can sell CSPs to get it. It's a little... There's more income to be made off of a 100 share purchase. If you'd asked me 100 shares of BBBY or 100 shares of GME, I'd probably like GME better, but well, it's not only that, Dr. Drake, it's that you can sell CSPs to get into the position, right? So you can sell like BBBY CSPs at 20. So you fill, right? Just generating income. And then you can just buy the shares. And then you can sell CSPs on it. I'll start playing your Pickles picks, even if I loathe the underlying company. Pickles picks are for education and entertainment purposes only, Popcorn Trader. Do you have any videos relating to covered calls? No. They're not that hard. There's basically not a lot of risk in covered calls. The biggest risk is that, like, GameStop short squeezes out of nowhere. What causes Vega neutral to rise or fall? Purchasing of calls and puts. Options volume. Yay or nay on May 30s for BBBY? I don't love May. I like August, and I think Cohen already told everyone where the best place to buy is. I was gonna sell 0 DTE 90 CCs today, and that got blown up. That's the risk. Yep. MULN rug pull initiated. Maybe. Somebody who's never sold a CC, can you go through the process? Yeah, if you have 100 shares in your account and you sell a call, that's it. You just, instead of buy, you hit sell. Some brokers, I think, will ask you if you want to sell covered stock. That's the same shit. You choose a strike, just like you would buying an option. Except the strike is a price you don't want the underlying to hit. Or do if you want to be assigned, but with GameStop, generally a price that you don't want the underlying to hit. Inverse Head and Shoulders. Yep. I'm going to update Reddit real quick. Honestly, where CVVWAP was this morning, a lot of this price action could have just been the resolution of arbitrage. We were like right at the signal line at market open. Interesting. I was Dick's looking. I was super elevated yesterday. Of course, going into earnings, we had 82% short interest. There's a lot of dark pool volume. So way above the MA, which you'd expect to also resolve today, as they try to offset their asymmetric risk. 5 or 6 at the gas pump this summer due to the variant. What happens to the shares? Nothing. How does it generate income? By selling premium. Do you need to approve for options trading to do it? Yeah, you need level 1. Level 1 options allows you to sell covered calls. No, you don't need margin. How do you choose a strike for a CC? Is there a certain percentage above the current price that tends to work well? Historically, if you sell above 10% above max pin, your risk of assignment on GameStop over the course of the year is like sub 10%. So only like 7% of weeks would you be assigned. And that's from last January. Last February, sorry, before the January run, because you would have been assigned all through the January run. Then if you sell above gamma max, your risk of assignment is sub 1% over the last year. What's your price target for Docu? Just up. 90, 93, 94 is the next resistance range. I'm up fucking $17 on each contract right now. So it's, yeah, I'm just following the trend at this point. Should I mention that if you're trying to hold the stock long term, that if you sell a CC less than 30 days out, it's non-qualified and will set the holding period of the stock for long-term capital gains. You should point out that if you sell a CC, only if it's assigned will it reset long-term capital gains. And it only becomes non-qualified if you've held the stock for less than 120 days to begin with. And you have to sell that call in the money. If you sell at the money or out of the money, it doesn't reset your holding period at all. And as long as it expires at or out of the money, it will never reset your holding period. What am I missing? I mean, you may not get exercised. You're more likely to get exercised on a cash secured put than if you sell like a far dated covered call. Because like if far dated cover calls are secured with shares, right? And a CSP is secured with cash. So generally a CSP, you know, if you were to sell like a January 23 CSP and it goes into the money below your strike, you'll probably get assigned. Whereas if you sell a far dated covered call and the price goes into the money, you probably won't get called away. Like they'll hold the long position, but the market maker will usually close out the short side because it's cash settled. What time period do you normally look at for selling a CC? I mean, on everything besides GameStop, I usually sell 45 or 90 DTE. With GameStop, I like weekly or bi-weekly. Just because it's so volatile. Unless you're Moonwind and then you sell 0 DTEs to people. What point in your life did you become financially obsessed? I think when I was a kid. Would you call your journey a success so far? I think so. I'm pretty happy with it. After next week's potential price movement, what's the next target date you have in mind? That'll depend on if BBBY is reg showed. If BBBY becomes reg showed, then GameStop has some potential into April, as does BBBY. So from mid, like April 7th out. We'll narrow that down as time progresses and we can lock in those dates a little better. So 0 DTE 85 CC. No, you'd probably get assigned. What if we close at 88? The holding period for that stock is terminated while the covered call exists. Once the covered call expires, it's reset back to its original holding period. It's because the assumption that a call sold in the money, non-qualified, is a sale of the underlying stock. If the call is closed first, then a new holding period for the stock begins on the day that the covered call is closed. Qualified CC is a call with more than 30 days to expiration at the time. I've never reset the holding period on any of my long positions via selling covered calls. You need to, your problem I think here is you're not defining non-qualified covered call. Also, I don't give a shit. Talk to your accountant. What is your estimated timeline for BBBY to make a move? I mean, if it follows the exact same pattern as GameStop last year, beginning to mid-April. What's up, Claw Range? If Ryan goal is to bring BBBY to Reg Show, do you think he can do the share repurchase now to make the same happen on GME? Wait. Now to make the same happen on GME? I don't think the share repurchase is sufficient to cause the same pile up of FTDs on GameStop, right? It's only 1 million shares. That's a lot different than 10% of the float. That he bought on BBBY. So it could put additional pressure, sure. Doesn't BBBY have a huge share repurchase agreement? Yeah. I work for my daily expenses and PMCC a lot of stocks. It's quite profitable. I don't care if I get assigned. Yep. It's a way of generating income, and then if you pay taxes on that, well, you're supposed to. Remember that options don't have to be used solely for speculation. They can also be used for hedging and for income generation. These are all things that options are frequently used for. Selling options significantly safer generally than buying them. Reverse head and shoulders to 100. This isn't really a reverse head and shoulders. It's a pennant that's still seeking a floor. Downward wedge. Probably just another breakout to 90, if anything. Doesn't GME have $1 billion buyback, which is 10% of the market cap? No, they don't have $1 billion buyback. They have $101 million buyback. 101.3 million. SP Euro dinner. I've never heard of stock price referred to as SP. It's 1 million shares. So yeah, we've probably had about 1 million buy volume today. So there you go. 1.2 million shares. Like a $10 price increase. It's not going to be super significant. PMCC is a poor man's covered call. It is generally considered cheaper than buying the underlying. So you'd buy a long dated call. Well, so you buy a long call for expiration. Let's say, here's your timeline. Here, right? And then above the strike of that call, you can sell naked calls on shorter time intervals. Naked call is not secured with shares. And the idea behind this is that if the price increases, you are hedged against the short-term naked call by your long-term long call. Your short calls are hedged by the long call. After being banished from SS, how many shares do you believe you would have to DRS for redemption to be welcomed back into the cult of SS? I don't care, man. I'm so happy to be out of there. It's not even funny. Where do you feel so uncaring today? Going positive on earnings for once is bullish as fuck. Are we? I guess we're positive. Yeah, I mean a little bit. We did this in August too. It's good. I don't expect earnings to be the thing that affects our price the most over the next 5-6 days, but earnings did happen. Yeah, you have to have margin to do a PMCC because you have to sell a naked call, which has unlimited risk without a hedge. Tesla resistance at 900, of course. Zero shares available, no borrow rate data. Okay. So if you get assigned on the covered call, you just exercise the call and send away the shares. Yeah. The long call, if you get exercised on the naked call, usually you need to sell the long call and buy back the naked call. But yeah, you can do it the other way too. It's not going positive on earnings. Its max pain is at 100, so they have to move it up. I mean, they don't have to move it up. The market maker doesn't win every week. Some weeks we close at max pain. Some weeks we close above it. Some weeks we close below it. You do know if we close below max pain, the market maker is not winning there either, right? What stocks are you watching other than GME? Right now I have Cat, Apple, Docu, X, and BBBY, Wheat, and AMD. If it's GME related, would you share? Freg came back. The prodigal frog has returned. I am complete. If I was looking to get it on BBBY, what level would you look for? May 20th, $30 calls are far enough out, or should I look at April 25, April 22nd, 25s are fairly close in price. I'm for BBBY right now. I'm only looking at August and January until I see price action or reg show thresholding. Daniel, if we get thresholded, then I'll start to buy like May, probably calls. May and late April. What happens to the share price of the entire float is locked up and Jimmy issues new shares with preference to existing shareholders? Wait, what? So a share offering? It's an awfully specific situation. Why would they offer shares that way? Does gamma backs need to be calculated, or can it be assessed somewhere? It has to be calculated. Official petition to have a monthly contest and stream giveaway until we MOASS. Yesterday was fun. I'd be happy to continue contributing to do so. Also, thanks for everything. It was. I wonder if we should do that now. Maybe we should do that later, like towards the end of the day. Go over the contest winners. Maybe like after market close. Yeah, Freg is fucking back. He was hibernating. He's fine. The Dans didn't steal him. Everything can return to normal again. Didn't you get into Netflix yesterday? Oh shit. I do have Netflix calls. Am I okay on these? Yeah, I'm alright. Fuck brokerage did I buy those in? Did I say? Shit. I buy them in my other WeBull account? Hold on. Have them in IBKR. Did I buy them? Oh, okay, I found them. Yeah, they're fine. I was scared I bought like 325s or something. If you had shorter dates, May BBBY calls that cover a price action window, what would you do with Jan 23s of BBBY that went in the money, and why? I would just hold them. Wait, why the fuck would you sell them? They're leaps. Do you think I personally don't think BBBY is anywhere near a $20 company. But I mean, you can take profits. It's up to you, but generally you buy leaps to realize value over time. I buy my PMCC leaps for 2024 as deep in the money as I can, then I sell CC at 0.2 delta and roll my long call as soon as possible. I don't do PMCC on GME though. Tesla, CMG, Amazon are more common. I mean, they're better. Can you give me a quick TA for Boof? I think I'm doing it wrong. Do I need 100 shares in WeBull to sell CCs using WeBull? Yeah, you have to have 100 shares in your account. Up to you, Jimmy Crackcorn. Up to you, man. It's really him. It's confirmed. Fuck you, Moonone. No, you said you did steal Frag. I even got the ransom letter. It was faked. If you linked something, Protege son, I can't see it. I thought they accelerated it, but the buyback was for 3 years. Can you zoom out to the daily and show us when we thought we lost Frag? Yes. Frag was lost here in September. Shortly after the August run. Not a rehypothecated Frag. Frag official. So it looks like we're just testing delta neutral today, which is at the 1993. Yeah, 93.30. So it looks like we just keep bouncing off the bottom of delta neutral right now. The plans to expects to complete by end of fiscal 2021, 2 years ahead of schedule. Interesting. Okay. Did they complete it though? Like plans to complete it and completing it are a bit different. I know they accelerated it, so I was aware of that per JSON, but I hadn't heard an announcement that it was actually complete yet. How do you keep track of all your investment accounts? I don't know, just try to remember what's in them. I only have like 3 accounts that I like actively trade on. The rest are just like holding positions for the most part. Do you think losing Freg was the cause of the 150-point price drop? Yes. Now that he's back, should we see a price increase? Most likely, yeah. I mean, I have more confidence in MOASS now that Freg's back than I've ever had. No, I mean, I have their software downloaded. So I use like an you use authentication, and then you use a blockchain password generator. Change your password every day. Takes like 5 minutes. That's probably the best way to do it. Speaking of Freg, why was the Freg's Day massacre? It was called Freg's Day, named after Freg. Inquiring minds want to know. So it was actually named after Freg because it was the second saddest moment in GME history. The first being the loss of Freg, and so it was used to memorialize our second saddest moment. Cheapest data service that provides gamma max, delta neutral, vega neutral, or is it all DIY? Yeah, it's DIY. The cheapest data service that provides that's probably about $900 a month. Live, even more. What kind of chair is that? Secret Lab? I'm trying to block the thing because I had to buy it. Clip it, please. I'm gonna make a beautiful video. You clip it. Don't you have a clippy? You have the clippies. Fine. He was hibernating, actually. Yeah, you guys like Sanji far more than I do. I'm all about Freg. Sanji was cool, but he doesn't mean as much to me as Freg does. Not even like they're not even in the same. They're not even in the same club. Let this Friday henceforth be known as Quad Fregging Day. Nice. List goes. No, it goes 1 frag to everyone else. Do you expect Jimmy to break out past that $94 level? Yeah, it looks like it's gonna. Oh. It may not, but it looks strong. It look good for a move. Does Freg have a song? He doesn't need one. It's just he's got a boombox. Why would he? Come on, Carl. Well, you're kind of a disappointment, Pigeon Teeth, so it makes sense, right? ISRG, am I wrong or is it massive head and shoulders daily? Head and shoulders isn't really like a long-term indicator, but I'll take a look at it. Nope. ISRG. Intuitive surgical. Looks like a decent bounce. Pricing. It's not a terrible entry. I'd wait a little longer. I think you could probably get an entry closer to 250 in time if you're patient. Sorry, I missed that. And lo, friend Freg returned upon the hour of the 4 witches, and the moon beckoned, and the short hedge funds trembled, and the apes rode for Valhalla. Let's fucking go. Thanks, man. If you had shorter dates, maybe we would. Oh, okay, I already answered that. I mentioned yesterday the MULN option chain isn't strong and not worth buying calls. I'm not interested in MULN in the least, but I would like to know more about the weak chain. So OI has been consistently dropping, which indicates that calls are being sold because they're in the money, right? Which means they're not being exercised. Depending on how many calls are exercised at that $1 strike, that'll influence its price action next week. Also, the range sucks. Like it's like $1 to 250. And so playing options on it's shitty. So you gotta buy the underlying stock, which is So I don't really like it. I think a lot of people are gonna sell their calls and the price is gonna get beaten back down. And the company's crap, right? So you're just playing the speculation. I'm not sure if they've received the IMX tokens yet. Based on yesterday's filing, it's a little unclear. But I don't know if they've sold any because I'm not sure if they've actually received any yet. Secret chat lab chair worth the money? It's hard as fuck. It's like sitting in a rock. Which is probably better for you. But so I don't like Herman Millers or steel cases. I've owned them both before, and I really don't like them. I'm liking the long-term outlook for GME. What do you think? I like it too. Are we facing IV crush right now? To some extent. Not even. Weeklies didn't crush at all. Did puts crush? Puts crushed down pretty hard. But we ran, right? So longs remained decent. I seriously haven't had a real option this deep in the money. I already looked at Affirm earlier, dude. It looks good for like a test of like 40, 41, 42. I told you that earlier, didn't I? I feel like I did. You just follow the price action. It's not that hard. You got it. If there was a margin call, would that affect the obligations next week? Yesterday was the first potential day for a margin call to occur, based on SEA 15C 3-3. But they can extend those for 14-day intervals up to 4 times. You're not going to be able to predict one. That's the easiest way to put it. There's no way to predict it. Check out GES and Bumble. Bumble. It looks like it hit its resistance and it's turning around a bit. Consolidate, maybe, at the crossover of this EMA. GES. This looks like a good bounce. The volume sucks, though. It's kind of a slow climb. Small float. Doesn't look bad. I think it could go up a little bit higher. This is where delta neutral is. They don't want us to cross delta neutral because then there's a positive delta hedge, right? the hedge starts turning positive, and then that creates upward pressure, which could push us up to 110, and 110 is the parity flip. If we cross 110, then there's a very strong delta hedge to the upside. You don't like it, the chair? No, it's kind of uncomfortable. It sort of sucks, but whatever. I'm gonna get a standing desk too, so I'm not super concerned with the chair. Yeah, gamma max today is 144.47. So unlikely we would go higher than that on a run, and we're not going to run that hard today. Unless something really crazy happens in power hour. I'm now a massive fan of call debit spreads on GME. If Tesla breaks 900, where's the next resistance? Starts to get a bit tricky after that. Like here at 937. 930, 937. That range. The fuck? Oh. Fuck, he's still killing. What's cat doing? Oh, just chopping. Breaks in after a few weeks. Okay. I hope so. I think I need to adjust the lumbar too, because it's in kind of a weird spot. I haven't really gotten to mess with it yet. What the fuck is a standing chair? I've had, well, I would have bought like a Herman Miller, but I've had them before and I don't like them. Google, Amazon, better buy, both 20 to 1. I'd argue Amazon because Amazon has better growth potential. I mean, they're both monopolies. Pick one. Standing chairs, same like shoes. I had a Steelcase Leap, which I did not like. I don't know about their other models, but with GameStop buying back that $100 million worth of shares, just say 1 million shares, start the FTD compounding. It could help, but it's not really that much of a buy-in. UVXY, there are 10 100 options. What does that mean? It's from the before the split, Kyle. That's all. So they're 10 shares instead of 100. So if you answer this, but I just want to get your opinion. If you think today's volume price action is interesting in any way, or just random short hedge fund silliness going on. So it's not really super compelling. We're up 2.5%. Failed, we've triple failed, quadruple failed, delta neutral now. This looks like we're gonna fall back to VWAP. We might hold, but it doesn't look that great. The fuck is this? Like an exoskeleton? It's too much. I'm not ignoring you, Shitly Dan. Never. Started watching your stream a few weeks ago. I've learned a ton, so thanks. Obviously, you don't have time to watch other streamers, but any others you'd recommend? No. Honestly. There used to be more that I would, but not anymore. I'm sure there are some that are like not YouTubers, but DD's always been dead. You find frying meats, cutlets better than done in clarified butter? Personally, I think it greatly reduce any greasy texture that way. Interesting. Maybe. I've never tried that. As a beginner, should I focus more on one or two stocks or have a broader range across the market? As a beginner, you should paper trade. And you should have a broad range. You should learn to understand multiple sectors and how they move, volume trends across different types of assets. Even though there's similar risks, CSPs can be more profitable than CCs depending on put call skew. I don't get what that means. Could you elaborate? On some stocks, puts are worth more than calls, like GameStop. So the premium's higher for an equivalent put to a call. I haven't looked into 24/7 chairs. Yeah, no problem, David G. AVAV looking like it's breaking out. But to what? To like 96? I feel like it's consolidating pretty hard here. It's the resistance. Resistance is like right here at 95.23. So if it clears that though, it's got some nice room. Isn't everything just breaking out today though? Like, is this better than any other stock that's just doing the same shit? I mean, this is doing it on 300,000 volume, which isn't my favorite. As a beginner, should I YOLO into a stock based upon DD that I read in an obscure subreddit? Felt really dumb when I saw the DRS numbers yesterday. I think I was holding out some hope that it might actually work. I'm just gonna be pulling my DRS shares sometime next week. Sorry to hear that, CDB. How were covered puts? CSPs on GME? Profitable. Thankfully, I think I'm not going to get assigned on the ones I sold at 75. There was a lot of them, so I'm pretty happy about that. Why are we sitting at 4.5 million volume so early in the day? Buying? We just had earnings with sort of a forward statement, even though it wasn't classified directly as one. Yeah, quad witching drives some volume too. There's also ETF rebalancing that's going to start today. There's FTDs today from ETF FTDs from February 1st? No. FTDs. Hold on. ETF FTDs, I think today are from January 31st. And Feb 10th. So no, the FTDs aren't super significant today. It's Feb 10. Feb 10 might have some net short FTDs. There's some FTDs, but not a lot. Feb 10, our volume was 3.7 million. Next week, probably at the earliest. I'm selling 100s. Do you approve? Eh. So are people estimating 6 months of some fraction of 40 billion NFT market and adding it to fair value? That was the only certainty we got. I think so. I think institutions will speculate on the release. And they would do it by buying now, not later. When they swap to long shorts, does that mean we'll eventually come upon them in the future? Yeah, it'll create FTDs. They haven't been using a lot of long shorts, or at least not holding a lot overnight, right? That's why our borrow rate isn't like skyrocketing. It's just slowly climbing. JWN might be doing a thing. Oh yeah, it kind of actually looks like it is doing a thing. An important thing. Test like 2750 again. That's volume. It's low volume. Still. If you sold CCs that you don't want to get assigned and the price keeps going up, do you just keep rolling them? You can, but I mean, eventually, like, the cost of rolling them eats up all the cost of the premium you get. If you guys could, hit the like button. Big help. He's referencing the sector, yeah. Current analysts or the current analysis of GameStop's participation in the NFT marketplace is I think around like 1 to 5 billion a year in the first 2 years. Revenue. Although I'm down 96 on options year to date, I've learned my lesson. Always bullish. Building January 2023 positions between 100 200. Everything I've chased today has paid off quickly. Congratulations. Docu moving back up to test 95. Fucking Christ, this is such a good play. AMD broke out. Apple breaking out. Even Facebook's moving. Tesla hitting a lot of resistance at 9 right now. Amazon fucking ripped. Slumping a little bit. This is to be expected with the run in tech. BABA up 6% on the day. Good day. Nice Friday. It's a nonsensical analysis. They literally have no concept of the manner in which GameStop will use NFTs. They don't. And they're just basing it on the current like OpenSea market. What's your docu target? I don't even know now. It just keeps pushing up. I have to reassess, I guess. 100. If it breaks this 95 resistance, 100. I have a 10% trailing stop on it, so, or on my options. I'll probably tighten that up after it breaks 95. GME technically broken out today too. We opened at $79. We're up $10. So expecting OPEC settlement T+2 from today. Not OPEC's. I mean, I don't think a lot of options were driven into the money today. So not a lot of gamma exposure, at least not from GameStop, maybe from like XRT and stuff like that. But I expect exposure from rebalancing and the expiration of futures next week. T+2 and 3. ETF rebalance has T+3, so it means all the way in through Thursday. I had a docu ADC earlier this week that I sold way early, kicking myself now. You took profits. Don't beat yourself up over it. Opinions on leaps for 2024. Probably solid. What strike are you thinking? What, like 100? I can't see GameStop being worth less than that by then. GameStop, $200 end of day. We'll see. This looks like a decent test coming in. I'm going to update Reddit. Drink water. That's a good idea. Thanks, Sploosh. What do you think happens if the SPY breaks 441? 442. It's significant. We can start to see a lot of value start flooding back if this breaks 442. Things will rip. Netflix still climbing. AMD's run looking solid. Doc, you gonna fail this? They're gonna keep pushing up. Netflix needs to break 376. Tesla looks kind of bullish. I was right at the resistance of 9. Oh, no. Failed. That's possible, Farmer Jad. Any stocks you like around 30 for CSPs? BBBY. I'm hydrating, Elena. Buy me a shot. I'm tying the knot this weekend. Oh, congratulations, Courtney. Thought you might say that. Check Beyond. Same thing. It's just stuck at resistance, right? I mean, it's like everything's just waiting for the S&P to push up through that 442 resistance level. If the S&P pushes up through this, then I think everything's gonna break. Because like almost every stock you look at right now is pushing up against its like it's like breakout confirmation level. Wind volume. We've already traded almost 5 million volume today. That's not how PPT works. Oh. Will you alter your chair so it says secret lad? I have no idea, G1. Is Jimmy not tracking with most other stocks? Jimmy's at its delta neutral. It's not likely going to push through unless it gets some volume to do so. What's your favorite make myself feel better after being sick meal? I don't know if I have one. Oak stock, do something. $205,000 shares returned to Fidelity. Thanks, Alethea. Heard Lady VWAP brings all the volume to the yard. We'll see, because we're about to hang out. Have you done the limericks yet? No, I was saving them for the end of the day. It's just for the stream. Nino. That sick guy reminded me, are you a pho guy? Pho? Or a ramen guy? Ramen. I don't like pho. It's just like bone water. I don't know why people like pho. Like, no offense, but it's gross. I'm a bit upset that my limerick didn't win, but I understand that art is subjective. Popcorn Trader, you were actually in the running, except it wasn't a limerick. So you didn't follow the AABBA rhyming scheme. You just wrote secret penis 15 times. Revote Popcorn wins. Secret Cenis. No. I don't like this second failure. I mean, I already have a stop limit on this, so I really don't care what happens. I'm already like fucking 6x. I don't give a shit. I think his name was Bones was changed to Popcorn Trader. Around the time that Aaron sold like that big chunk of shares. He used to just be Corn Trader. When he joined the stream, he was a speculator in corn futures. And then Adam Aaron, you know, started photographing himself in cornfields and things became things. I assure you that his screen name is satirical. What happened to Cornub? He's still around. He doesn't own AMC anymore, but he's still around. I'm out of docu. In yesterday for 2,500 in contracts. Out now for 40.50. Good play. Yeah, I know. I picked good ones. Windmill. Why were you in at 75 when I was? That's my question. It looks like my fucking shitty indicator might not be so bad though. Can you track docu? Because I bought 95 calls on the 25th. I mean, I'm not gonna track it if I sell it. That's gonna be on you, man. I'm not your personal technical analysis machine. Where have you been, by the way, Sahib? Sahib, if for those of you guys that don't know, was the first person to annoy the shit out of me on the stream, long before Smooth Gotti Beats or Stefan. Thoughts about yesterday's earnings? I mean, they weren't good. Like, cash flow is up. That's nice. An announcement about the NFT marketplace is bullish. I think at our current price levels, it's gonna create some institutional speculation on the stock, which will be good for our price action. That's about it. Not much to be said. I mean, they're 3 quarters into probably a 2 to 3 year turnaround. How come you didn't buy more shares when it hit the high 70s to average down? I sold CSPs at 75, but I'm not going to get filled on them. So, I mean, I did average down, right? Because I collected premium for those. I'll have to do my cost basis at the end of this week, but with my buy-in last week and then my 75s from this week, I probably brought my cost basis down a little bit. I have to buy a lot to like actively affect my cost basis. Before Jamie G, yeah. Yeah, he annoyed me a lot long before Jamie G. Oh, and Victor. Victor's moderately annoying too. It depends on what stock he's at. If he's asking me to look at Tesla, I don't mind. But when he starts going off about Moderna and Didi, I just have to turn it off. Farmer Jed's working on it though. He's working on becoming the new person to drive me insane. Based on your experience with SPY, what do you think drives SPY the most? Options, components, options collectively, something else? All of those things. It's the most traded and liquid ETF. Would you expect any SLD influence on the markets next week, or has that been officially moved? Supposedly the deposits haven't been moved, but they've been restructured so they don't hit as hard. So the price action from SLD more diffused now. Still not 1,000 likes? Really? Oh, It isn't Mr. Fancy Chair himself. Elliot guy says we're going to $46. 4,600. What's your comment on that? Why does anybody even pay attention to him anymore? Why am I still hearing his name? Analysis is a really strong word. What was the point of the giant short after market yesterday? To prompt a sell-off? Shorting's a psychological game, right? Jimmy's gonna do something in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Any chances that something? No. I mean, I don't know. SoFi's kind of gonna remain a piece of shit for a while. Get used to it. Is today the ex-dividend date for the SPY? I think it's next week. SPY ex-div is today? All right. Yeah, it usually does well on its ex-dividend date. Did you read the post that estimates 8.4 million individual shareholders of GME in the US? Probably. Was that the Google survey one? It wasn't my countdown. I was reading Dork's comment. $100cc safe? Probably, but there's some risk. I would say they'd be safer in the late afternoon than they are now. Well, the post on SS talking about estimates of ownership are trash. I agree. MULN is the company is complete garbage. $320cc safe? Yeah. No one's gonna like this, but I can give you a really good indicator of GameStop's ownership numbers. See, they were really high here, and here, a little less high here and here, and very low here. I went to school for finance, Dan, but for trading, self-taught. If you check out my subreddit on our Pickle Finance, there's a wiki with some educational materials. And then what was the last part? Biggest hurdle learning. I don't know. They have one. I would say lately the complex like derivatives like swaps and entropy positions have been a little tough, and like learning and understanding volatility surface. But that's mostly just because I haven't done the math in a long time. Complacency. 200K disappeared out of Fidelity. I know I missed the boat yesterday, but screw it. There once was a hodler named Frag. The whole pickle jar took him for dead. But one day he returned, and old Gherk, he got word, slapped that button that said, let MOASS commence. That's not even a limerick. %30 of that didn't rhyme at all. Yeah, no problem, Dan. Takumi Omakasa on the Lower East Side. No. Like with you? No, but I might go get some food from there. All stocks will always be shorted, no matter what. You read it wrong. I know. I can't believe my limerick didn't win. Hickory dickory dock. GME is a great investment. There was once an ape from SS who, for a squeeze, DRS'd. The stock hit the peak, his timing was weak, and now he is highly bereft. Not terrible. There once was a deep value stock, but its holders had brains just like rocks. They found DRS and then they beat their chests while the price it continued to drop. The winners are in the announcements channel on Discord. True value of a share. I think a price target of 350 in 2 years on fundamentals alone is probably solid. Could exceed that. That's a conservative price target, but well, it wasn't just my vote, Willem. I assure you that all entries were voted on in a democratic fashion. Are you guys just watching GME today? I mean, yeah. For the most part. I'm playing some other stuff, but everything's kind of hitting a midday lull. So this is the default screen, like the screensaver. What percent of your options plays are to gain more shares versus selling for profit? 99 to 1. Why didn't my Philadelphia wife limerick win? This contest was rigged. No one likes you. That's all. You were just disqualified immediately. With the bar rate discrepancy, there's probably some arbitrage, right? Docky's moving in for the third test. Ooh, this one looks good. Iron's broken out. Cool. Well, I'm going to tighten up my stop loss a little bit. $5%. $412 shares on Fidelity, 18 on iBarrow. Can we moon now? The cat will see a test at 220 by end of day. Maybe it's kind of just stagnant today. It's just trading like right below view up. It can take some time to consolidate before it pushes back through or makes another run at that like 220 resistance. If one of the winners is Dutch or Belgian, I'll replace the winnings of the €20 Shovel Darts gift card. The US one, can that be donated to Tots for Toys? I think everybody who got gift cards was in the US. I'm not sure though. Maybe. Exited a firm 656%. Nice. Entered Piton and GTLB. Okay. You subscriber here, like your channel. Can we get a closer look at the charts? Like that? In general, is it better to sell CCs on Friday for next week versus Monday so to capture theta? Yeah. Although, I mean, I'm not selling any CCs for next week, but yes. You think we can get to 50? No. There once was a trader named Freg. His pickle was like a third leg. And after his name, a great day of shame. Now where the fuck is that lad Craig? Nice. I brought out Fidelity down to 387. I want to sell a Palantir CC for next week. 1450 seems good. Honestly, 14 seems good. Do you think we will be able to get a better idea what's going on with the obligation cycles? Is it possible they continue to play out at these lower levels? I mean, hopefully. We're waiting till next week to see what happens with these ETF obligations and the rebalance and dividends that are coming due. A pickle from the Midwest. His taste has quite the zest. He didn't DRS, got banned from SS, but his calves are still considered the best. Thank you so much, Courtesy Lick. That was a chunk of volume. There once was a place called Midwest, and to live there it was far from the best. The people were lame, their personalities were to blame. Of that, there was never a doubt. What? Ah. Sorry, don't have Discord. Each time we the price hop, Kirk says this isn't a pop. Come follow our fellow to the depths of Valhalla and give praise to Almighty VWAP. Oh, I see. Not actually bad, Celtic. Was that 170K candle that did nothing? Probably a straddle. What was that volume GME at 1220? I don't have that volume. Block trade? Probably a straddle hedge. It's still murky because of the war and everything. I think we're just going through a brief period of certainty after a couple months of uncertainty. So we're seeing a little crawl back. We'll see how it continues moving forward, but with the Fed rate finally locked in for March, there's a little more confidence in the market. Fear goes down, greed goes up. I mean, everything's kind of in line with going up today, Lars. Do you think it will $80 share again today? No, probably not. Not unless the bottom of the market falls out. Yeah, no problem, Dr. Toxin. I'm not seeing that same volume candle on TradingView. I pay for live data too. What gives? Give it time. There's another one. These look like OTC orders, big OTC blocks. So it may be that you're not getting dark pool data on TradingView. We're probably not getting dark pool data on TradingView. So you got to wait till it prints to NYSE. There once was an investor from Brockton. He looked for stocks to buy calls on. Some DD he wrote, they said he's the GOAT, but the apes held their bags far too long. Fabric, the Santa Cruz. Intel 55C 91622 picked up 2 this morning. What's your thoughts? September? $55? It's possible. I mean, it's really got to move kind of hard, but but yeah, I don't know. That's kind of really far out of the money for Intel with not that much time. I'm not saying it can't happen, but it's not my favorite strike. Big options trade, 3,500 April 120, 3,500 April 120 put and call. Yeah, it's this big straddle. That's what I said. Guys, look, proof of hedging. You ever think about how much money we'd have if we sold at 350 and bought back at 80? Yeah. US Fidelity and TradingView don't have that volume. MBBO order book. They will, Daniel. Give them like 5 to 15 minutes. There once was a man named Cohen whose tweets got the people going. The DRS tickets sold and boomers insisted on gold. The mystery of 741 is ongoing. Thank you, DJ Lamb. Beautifully written. No, dude, get it right. It's crime. Oh, I'm sorry. Getting so dumb. Thanks for correcting me, at a bit. Ferg 23. How can a 178k green candle not to move the price at all? It's not up. Like, just volume doesn't mean it's up. It just means a candle closed up from where it opened. What this is it's a hedge of a straddle. And it's about half short volume, half long volume. Hence, the price does nothing. Once was a streamer named Gurk, showed how options could work. The sub rejected the squeeze. They shouted options are bad, we're DRSing these. JSmart banned him for not joining in that jerk. At least we have fun. There's more that can be said about them. Those two huge bars at the bottom of the screw ship propelled us to 150 easily. What is this, crime? Oh, Jesus. Yeah, there's two. There's two big straddles. Did you ever get into Campbell's? I recall it in Pickles Picks a few weeks ago. Yes, I did. Was the initial buy into AMD called a squeeze play rather than a long-term value investment? No, but after it hit 30, everyone started talking about it squeezing. When I was buying it, it was purely the value side investment. Kind of like GameStop pre-January, right? How's the chair? Firm. Investing a roll of the dice. Ken Griffin is not very nice. So buy GME, watch the Danziger Re. Asterix, not financial advice. Nice, Kyle. Okay, everyone stop giving me fucking limericks. You didn't win the competition. I don't want to read them. It's enough. It's enough limericking. St. Patty's Day was yesterday. You bought Campbell's? Are you super wealthy now? What's the volume on those recent the straddles? 177,000 and 178,000. My CPO was wondering why a YOLO 100k on play so often. You wouldn't get it. Tell him to keep being a brick dick and do your taxes. No more limericks. The contest was yesterday. This is a haiku. Paid data, Junkman. Yeah, fidelity's down to 17. Why would I talk about Ader? RMO? Nope. Does the bar rate matter if it goes above 10%? I like this stream, but every time that our stock begins to climb, the people will frown and look around, say, hold on, wait, is this crime? No, no more. Stop it. Is there any Irish in you? If not, has there ever been? 50%, give or take. Am I a fan of AMC? No. Not at all. I should probably go get some work done. See you guys again in 10 minutes. HGen hit 380, held above this time. Can you tell me what we see in the next key resistance area? I'm thinking psych level of 40. You're correct, Thomas. Costco is a good stock. How dare you not read my limerick? You didn't write one. Where is it? Just copy and paste it. I can't find it. Thoughts on EDR? Low volume, not much OI. Bought 35C for May. Was $25 on purchase. I mean, you're targeting like its all-time high. It's pretty fucking unlikely. If you get some value out of those contracts, I would heavily consider scalping it and targeting something better. DDS, wow. It's doing good today. Doing ups. So 6 million in the money, 120 puts came in. I think GME could reach 300 in 3 to 4 years. I think it could reach it sooner than that. Fundamentally, I think it could reach it sooner than that for other reasons also, but fundamentally, I think sooner. A year or two. There was a streamer who yelled out Pokeball, borrowed money from his sister and YOLO'd it all. Degens got burnt, lost all the money they earned. A BlackRock employee made Pickle financial for y'all. Thank you, Kitty Pickle. There once was a man named TFP who said he was not a kitty, but bathed with his spit in a box he would shit. A billionaire thanks to GME. Lovely. Who's writing the contracts for 120 and the money puts? What do you mean? They're probably sold. I mean, they're every comment, Fluffy. Now with the descending wedge from a few months with a huge upside potential, is it realistic for GTLB to go from 36 to 130? Because TA, I think, would say that. No. There's not enough historic price data for you to make any kind of accurate assessment. And also zero reason for it to go to 130. You're dealing with a fundamental analysis here. You can't do technical analysis accurately on something with this little price data. This is just worth less than it was when it IPO'd. That's all this tells you. I think it has a significantly greater chance of failing the upper trend line than it does continuing up to 130. Media is having a field day with EPS. Comical. Which, I mean, I told you guys that they were setting the targets way too high. Even without like growth priced in. Will we get rejected at 90s here again? Probably. Chance of my XRT ADC 318 that I bought months ago going green. Jesus Christ. Pretty slim. Probably not at all. Why am I checking shift search? Why would I give a shit? Don't start trying to do fucking analysis, Moon. These are just the 120 puts from the straddles. They're probably sold. They're almost definitely sold. So if someone's targeting, oh, because you sold covered calls. That's why you're worried and trying to act like you care. I hope you get assigned. Would you buy more BBBY or GME at these prices? They're both a very good deal. GME is a better deal than BBBY is right now, technically. But you can buy a lot more BBBY, so. How is this a straddle if it's just puts? I don't think it is. I think that's all that's showing up right now. Because, was it C-Mill that sent it to me? Here. Synthetic forward. Yeah, that's what it looks like. Maybe a swap? Turd? Opening up new swaps? You're gonna start selling covered calls next week? After next week, probably, yeah. I mean, never shilling the trade exists. Like, you're just dealing with an issue with how they're aggregating data or they're not reporting OTC data. No, the contest is over. It ended yesterday. You mentioned retail might not own the float. Do you think MOASS is still possible? I mean, to be fair, I've never really thought we owned multiples of the float. I was kind of under the assumption that we owned most or maybe all of it. I don't think retail ownership has anything to do with the ability of the stock to MOASS or to squeeze or fucking really anything. I think it could squeeze if we didn't exist at all. We just increase the potential. What happens when all shortable shares are used for the day? It's happened plenty of times. They just create shares in ETFs and use those to short. Fidelity ATP showing. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Because it was new, whereas the markets use GME as old. I mean, it doesn't. GameStop's historic potential does not improve its future outlook. I could say that much. So yes. Also, Amazon, GameStop, not equivalent. Can stockholders demand a recall or official count? They can't demand a recall, but they could recall their own shares. But retail FOMO is the catalyst for a squeeze, according to the SEC report. Retail FOMO caused a squeeze in January. That didn't cause a short squeeze, but it caused a squeeze. So did RC's buy-in. Had probably more to do with it than just retail FOMO. Baba cheap instead of Amazon? I don't know. Yeah, Baba's super undervalued right now. It's still like 284 billion a year in income sales. So yeah, super fucking undervalued. But risky. I don't know. 125,000 people owning 10 million shares is pretty bullish. Okay. It's just 125,000 people with 80 shares. That's not 10 million. It's 8.9. It's a big difference. It's $100 million difference. Should I un-DRS? I don't care. It's because for a brief period of time, there really was no float. Retail had so much leverage going into the January run that there were no shares at all. All of those fucking 2 and 3 DTEs that people were FOMOing into at delta values of like 0.5, 0.4, 0.3 represented blocks of 50, 40, 30 shares. And there were thousands and thousands and thousands of them being purchased an hour. Like legally? Legally what? I think BBY is attractive with the assumption that RC can spur some changes. Yeah, very. They're trading at 1/7 their book. 1-to-7 ratio with their book. So it's, I mean, that's they have like almost 8 billion in assets before you count their cash flow. They're very undervalued. So essentially for a short squeeze, retail FOMO needs to occur, but the stock can Volga on a white squeeze can occur without FOMO. Yeah. Do you reckon it's more likely that GME will repurchase shares? I mean, I'm sure they will for new hires. They have the ability to purchase shares if they need to bring in new talent. Or do a stock split. I don't think a stock split's gonna happen. It'd be awesome, but I don't think it's gonna happen. I'm selling all 3 of my BBBY shares I stupidly purchased at 20? 20 is a good buy. You think you can get it cheaper than that? This happened in the past. I can't remember when. ATP showed negative volume before. Interesting. Is everyone just gonna go on about data glitches all day? Did they loan 200k shares while I went to shower? Yeah. Rick is jaded on DRS because it is tossed in so often. DRS, my shares in my name, which I prefer. Okay. I'm not jaded on it. It just doesn't, there's no evidence of it doing anything besides exactly what you've described. Doesn't 10% ownership? No, because retail can't act as a single investor. You want Ryan Cohen and, you know, Matt Furlong running the company, or do you want Superstock running the company? Because I'll tell you which one I'll pick. Do you expect RC's buy to trigger a potential squeeze in BBBY? Yes. We'll see if BBBY gets reg showed next week or not. Did the SEC prevent a stock split? No. If I can't get it cheaper, I don't know if I want in. Okay. I mean, $20 on a company that's trading at 1 billion or 1.9 billion. That's book value has it at like fucking 8 billion, which would put it trading at like almost $100 a share. 90. Are you sure? The issue there would be faith with management, but or faith in the management. Can OPEX T plus 2 be next week? I mean, T plus 2 for OPEX isn't next week. OPEX was in February. There's options expiration today, but it's not the same one as we were dealing with before. If we do have an OPEX run next week, it's not because of the original OPEX date. See you later, time travel and superpositional cat. Read them all but mine. Would it be safe to assume that if a short squeeze was to happen, it would happen before the launch of the NFT as they expect the company's actual value to rise? No, it could happen because of the launch. I think what DRS people don't get is that you aren't against DRS, but you aren't for it either. Literally doesn't do anything, doesn't mean that it's a bad thing. Yeah. I even agree with Trimbath's push for individual shareholder empowerment. I don't think that's a bad thing. But I think, and she will agree that the registration of your shares does not stop anything. Like people think it's gonna do something, like it's an active participation that like they have registered their 5 shares and that matters, and that's not true. Like it doesn't do shit. We're still 60% registration away from where DDS is, and all it's done is cripple its liquidity. Sorry, I came here to lose money, not make it. All right, fine. We'd probably find out next week if BBBY is going to be reg showed or not. After futures. Futures expire today. There once was a guy with a stream of riches of gold and gold he did dream. He hosted a contest judging rhymes just for jest, but the contest turned into a meme. VIX hasn't been this low since 216. Yeah, it's cheap. I got it, Mighty Potato. I'll check it out after the stream. Why am I seeking attention from a YouTuber? Because you love me. Made $100 on Docu. Congratulations. Good chase. I have a DRS, but I wonder what happens when the free float is locked up. How does the SEC not do something? They do. They freeze the stock. They remove it from the market. The DTCC pulls back the shares it has a lien holding over. They assess everything, clear out obligations on the OTC market, and then unfreeze the stock. Because they'll do whatever the fuck they want. You've presented evidence of fraud, and they will freeze the stock. They will resolve whatever fraud may be going on, and then they will unfreeze the stock. You think there would be any OPEX on card due to the run this week? Maybe. It's compelling. One of Trimbast's quotes from the last few months is that it's really all about FTDs. It went over Super Song's head, but she as much said it won't squeeze the stock. How's it good for retail? Low liquidity just means bigger price swings. You think it's likely to get reg shared? Yeah. I think he's going to squeeze BBBY in the exact same way he squeezed GameStop, except now he knows how to do it. The roll would have happened already, Bob. Last week. This is expiration. I mean, I still think those ETFs are going to need those shares, right? Can't rebalance without them. Because of the audit. With J Power comes great spy-onsability. Is it odd the timing of DRS being pushed and the massive shorting last November to dodge all the gamma? It's almost like they wanted GME to be illiquid so they could drop it easier, cheaper. Maybe. It did take a lot less volume to bring the price down than it previously had. If the float is DRS, would that be the first time ever? Nope. 2 other companies have done it before that I'm aware of. Do you know who's really doing well because of DRS? Computer Share. Their cash over the last quarter is up like 3,000%. Roaring Kitty didn't get the ban of Darth. We all know it's true. RC NFT do, and Moonshot most likely tomorrow until it's not. If someone has a 318 call, you can't get assigned on a call. You have a covered call for 318.90C, Cooley? Then yeah, you'd have to close it out if we move into close above 90. Do you have any position in BBBY? I have 5,200 shares right now and 50 contracts. So price swings on BBY C plus 35 from RC's buy-in? No, I expect his buy-in to cause a flood of FTDs that gets BBBY placed onto the reg show threshold list. Once was a pickle named Stefan. Boosting stock was his profession. The stock started to skid, so I ate all his kids, and now they're in pickle heaven. TD7. Let me see. I think he got censored, maybe. Thanks for all you do this community. Your contributions keep so many of us informed as well as entertained. Thanks, Didi. I appreciate that, man. All right, here we go. Moving in for another test of delta neutral. How does CS benefit from people DRSing their shares? Curious to know. Fees. They charge fees. No, I mean, I guess people assume that they're a publicly traded company that does their job for free, but no, they charge large amounts of fees for account maintenance, for transactions, the auditing of those accounts every quarter. And GameStop pays those fees. We don't know what they are yet, but we're trying to find out. Why did GameStop start including DRS numbers in the 10K? It's materially relevant for future investors. By not reporting a significant amount of ownership, they would create liability in the event that future investors were to find out that there was a significant amount of share lockup or closely held shares. Because the law and corporate accounting practice. What if BBBY does not reg show? This is interesting. It could still happen. It doesn't need to reg show. I think it would happen faster, but it may be in their best interest to have it fall onto the reg show threshold list. I think that delays it for them. How would they resolve the shares which retail and institutions hold in excess of the float? in the OTC markets. What is Secret Lab? I don't know. Is there a way to clip that part about GTLB? Can't wait till it hits 130. It's going parabolic. Okay. Dunning-Kruger. You beautiful bitch. You know what? If Dad doesn't want to read my awful poetry, maybe I shouldn't force it on him. What? But then you'd just be like, yeah. Is there any DD done on these two companies that had the float DRS? I know about the fraudulent mining company, but curious about the other. I think the other was that like shitty diamond company, and then there was Piggly Wiggly where he bought the float back and tried to squeeze out the shorts. That didn't work out well. There's been a couple other ones where the shares available have dried up. Negative EPS due to DRS? Maybe. Does DDS use computer share or a different agent? I'm not sure. I could tell you. Yeah, they use computer share. BBBY doesn't, which is interesting. Is CS profiting bad for us? I mean, they're profiting off the company you're invested in. Why did RC post a chair? Because he was chairman of the board? Will the CS fees show up in the earnings report? I don't know if they're allowed to. I mean, they can be included under like general expenses, but I don't know if they're allowed to specifically highlight them because it would disincentivize investors from doing what they want with their shares, which might be illegal. Like, so I don't know if they can take any action on that front. How does GME obviously support computer share? For argument's sake, say SS DRS is everything eventually. What does that mean for the shares in your account that aren't DRS? Would anything new happen? Probably not. No, he just bought back all his shares. But that was, they didn't really have synthetics back then. Not the way they do now. There was no like market making. They used to use physical certificates back then. What's the next resistance after this breakout point? I don't think we'll break it. But it's not 99. Hold on. It's 95.50. Yeah. No, a little higher. It's let's do this on the daily, it's easier. So 96.48. But if we break this, we're not going to break it until the latter part of the day, I think. Because we already lost volume going into this test and then failed. I already have BBBY CSP 20. Would buying 100 shares make more sense than a few calls? What date should I be looking at for the calls if that's the way it goes? If you're buying calls? I mean, I'm looking at August and January for the calls I'm buying. Net settled, cleared. It'll never happen. You're talking about a theoretical event that will never occur. Biofuel. But if it would happen, they have the right to do that. They have the right to clear up any fraudulent activity. They have a right to settle out whatever obligations are due before unfreezing the stock. Who does BBBY use? I forget. Like American Trust something, or I can look it up too. Hold on. Uh, transfer agent, American Stock Transfer and Trust in Brooklyn, New York. GME outperforming consumer discretionary. Russell 1000 is trading above normal range. Also crossed above 20 stochastic level is what Fidelity is telling me right now. And yet, CNS. What's up, Gaff? I knew you wouldn't miss the opportunity. Volume and price action today. If it correlates, positively affects expected from price action from XRT next week. I mean, we're still below max pin, so not really an effect. I mean, obligations on XRT need to be cleared out, but they are being. Probably right now. This will continue as the rebalance goes on. There's 3 more days after today. You think January 80 BBY calls RC bot are a volatility play, a lotto ticket, or a chance to go in the money type of play? I think they can go in the money. Potentially. It'll be hard. I mean, they're probably mostly a volatility play, but they could also go in the money. Longest time you've gone without leaving your apartment? It was like 6 months, like the year before last. Netflix is doing me very nice this morning. You're so far behind in chat, you missed both of my comments. Were they like worth reading? Well, I told you CS's fees are up 3,000% in the last quarter, Jason. My $80 put's gonna print today? Probably not, man. This morning. Sorry if you covered. Could you speak of volume and price action? I already caught that. Yeah, I don't see any of your comments, Daniel Taylor. Just check DMs. Some rule or anything that allowed them to hit the stock extra hard after earnings. And all 6 of the last earnings, the stock dropped hard. All of them after 6/20/20 earnings. Negative volume. Look at this. Earnings volume was 6.9. Negative volume glitch happened 6.10. Started our big fall in June. Either it's a deliberate glitch or it's a very specific coincidence. Every single earnings since Ryan bought in 6/20/20 has been down hard the next day. August wasn't. August was closed the following day, slightly up. Earnings day we closed at 198. The next morning we opened at 180 and closed at 199. So we closed up the following day from earnings in August. No, earnings was on 9/8. The following day was 9/9. Oh. Regular, you're using candlesticks to determine the closing price. You fucking prick. Okay, now we can push through. If you want to read my crappy poetry, I'll send it a 4th time. But I was getting a feeling perhaps like I should take a hint. Just keep sending it, trash. I'm distracted. Can I sell CCs on my DRS shares? No. Why? Because you can't. All that crying in Discord last night about, oh, well, back to 40. Fragile little traders. I was just there for frag. If war ends in 2 to 3 weeks, what do you think will happen to the markets? Rally. Who's writing the DD for SS on how apes are bankrupting GameStop month after month because of the DRS narrative? I can't. You want to do it, Gaff? I'm sure it'll be welcomed. What's your favorite tinfoil hat theory? Right now? My current favorite tinfoil hat theory is that short hedge funds have incentivized people to DRS in order to bankrupt GameStop from the inside. I haven't seen a good argument. Remember when I said that it was becoming weaponized? Well, that's what I meant. Great, now my awful poetry is going to be under the microscope. It always was. Well, I mean, if you just follow the money, right? I just realized people are ignoring something potentially big. Furlong said they're working on important partnerships. They release info as they materialize. I mean, they've said that before. I need to dig into it more this weekend. I'm worried I won't get assigned and miss out on the play. That's the risk of selling CSPs. You can sell CSPs in the money in order to capitalize on missing out on them. Like if you're selling like CSPs at like $22 or something, you know, and if the price goes up, at least you captured that missed profit and premium. The risk there is if the price falls, right? Because selling an in the money put is bullish. Super bullish. Could be a little bit, yeah. Because thousands and thousands of investors are opening individual accounts, which GameStop has to pay the maintenance fees on, Bob. It's pretty simple. I liked the person that said RC was shorting the stock so more people could DRS. Just posted a dissertation on computer share over in QuantCord. What's this? Oh god, I'm gonna have to read that later, man. That's long as fuck. I'll check it out though. Pull me out the juicy bits, Dr. Dan. Aren't the fees paid to CS negligible? No. I don't know what they are for GameStop. We've only found a fee schedule through discovery that was in a 2011 lawsuit against a mining company. And they were charging that mining company $684 per account for maintenance fees. Just the maintenance fees per account in 2011. Yeah, YouTube's definitely not showing it trash, or I would have read it already. We're not providing guidance this time. They're just waiting till you sell your 5 shares, Gaff, so they can move ahead with the company. I have a 25th weekly 21 CSP on BBBY, which pays for roughly 5 shares. If it misses, they'll just take those profits and buy the 100 shares anyway. There you go. It's not. It's a fixed rate fee. Another fun thing is ComputerShare pays referral fees to people who bring them investors. Currently paying TDA and Hightower Wealth Management referral fees for bringing investors on board. If BBBY gets reg showed and shoots up the same percent GME did, it could hit $400 a share or so at the peak, right? You think that's what RC is going for? To start a cult following for BBBY too? I mean, it could. I don't think it'll go as high as GameStop did, though. It's way less likely. It's got a bigger, more liquid float. Although more assets, and so more stability at higher prices. There's appears to be about 124,000 accounts in DRS. Even if the fees are only $1 a month, that's still $124,000 a month. Yeah, I know. No, I don't think they can disclose the fees in an itemized fashion to shareholders. You might be able to get access to an itemized fee schedule and find out exactly what they're paying through investor relations, but we're already reaching out to investor relations to find out more. That's why I said it's tinfoil hat for now. But it would explain a lot of things. Oh, of course it needs to be backed up. What do you want to see? Do you want to see current fee schedules? I can show everybody some of those. I can show you the fee schedule from the mining company and here's a more current fee schedule. This is from May 27th, 21. Let's see. Let me find the other one real quick. I mean, it's sort of ridiculous that I need to prove that a publicly traded company makes profits, but sure, why not? Mhm. So here's the fee schedule from that the one in 2011. Ongoing account management fees for computer share were $665 a month per account. And then down there's the direct filing of abandoned property, which I don't think applies to this. And then this is our transaction and rejection fees costs. This is with a letter for between computer share and the DTCC. And that's what we've got so far. We're still trying to get GameStop's direct fee schedule. So obviously, like, more digging needs to be done. Yeah, it's fee per month. IBKR pays referral fees as well. I mean, so does WeBull, right? Like, it wouldn't be any different than any of this. It's not illegal to pay referral fees, but it's motive. Probably don't need to sue them for the information. I'm sure they'd be willing to give it up freely. What would obligate them to answer truthfully in an interview? Kind of huge. Could the extra DRS explain the increased SG&A costs? Yeah. What does DRS bankrupt GME from the inside? It leeches away at their bottom line. Just DM it to me and I'll read it later privately. How's that? I mean, people are willing to believe that fucking hedge funds are seller boxing GameStop, which isn't even a tactic that works on a stock that's still listed. But they're not willing to believe that short hedge funds would use computer share to siphon off money from GameStop and hurt their bottom line. Yeah, because CEOs always do interviews with asshats from subreddits because they're not making any money from it. Just if you had to pick between shares and calls on BBBY, which way would you go? I mean, I have both. Nervous about not capitalizing on a run. I mean, if you're scared of a near-term run, I would say calls are going to give you the most leverage to get profits. Think how much SS will hate you if you prove this correct. They couldn't possibly hate me more than they already do. $650 a month on 125,000 accounts is over $80 million a month. Yeah. Once you have the motive, you have the mandala oblongata of the crime. Medulla oblongata? Easy to target to make people feel better about holding. What if, well, it ties into a broader strategy that what if buy and hold and DRS were pushed in order to prevent a Tesla type squeeze? Right, because with Tesla, you constantly had longs increasing capital at the peaks, and then when the stock dropped, when they faded the top, they were able to buy in even stronger at the bottom, right? And that fucked the short hedge funds for a long time. They wouldn't hate you. They would just delete or ban any individual who posts DD about it. They wouldn't need to do anything but suppress information about it if the mods are getting paid. True. Which, I mean, they're already doing. That's what they do now. Sorry, is Sen squeezing? Ooh. A little bit. It's just running back up. I don't really know if this is squeezing. Also, remember, SPAC, they can release shares. Not chasing squeezes on SPACs is a bad idea. They have to employ the service, Scott. They can do it themselves, but there's still costs associated with that as well. Like they could act as their own transfer agent, but there's costs either way. They need to have someone to ledgerize their stock holdings as part of being a public company. But usually, you know, those fees are minimal because it's only really employees that are, you know, registering their shareholdings, and it's like employee accounts. So it's not excessive. I mean, the fee per account should be the same regardless of the number of shares in it. But that's also the problem, right? Is you have all these people with like one share DRS, right? Which has, you know, a market value of $92, but it's potentially being paid hundreds of dollars a month for account maintenance. To be fair, we haven't had as powerful moves to the upside since DRS began to be pushed. Yeah, but that could be for other reasons. That could be because like people are selling and then buying in at DRS and clearing FTDs. You saying SS mods are paid? I'm not saying they're not. I don't think I mean, really, after Runic Glory, we're gonna go with the no, they're infallible. They're infallible and completely trustworthy because they moderate a subreddit. You've nailed it. No one who's ever moderated anything on the internet has been a piece of shit. Yeah, well, yeah, we were foregoing making money at the peaks, right? And then buying the dips meant that we were generating long volume on the downside for CNS. So no selling at the top, which would have created short FTDs at these high price points, right? And then buying at the bottom, helping offset net short FTDs with long volume. We don't know yet exactly how much GameStop is paying per account. We do know that there's a monthly service charge. We don't know how much GameStop specifically pays. We've already reached out to investor relations. We're waiting to hear back. How do you establish sentiment? I mean, you can use technical analysis if you're not using any quantitative analysis or fundamental analysis. I mean, the document that I just showed everyone is the ongoing account maintenance fee for the corporation. There's the transfer fees and stuff are paid by the investor. So the first fee schedule with the DTCC, those are paid by the account holder. But the maintenance charges are charged to the corporation. But you aren't a mod of your own sub, or do you pay your subs? I'm a mod on my sub. I'm the new one, not Dillionaires, but I'm no longer part of that subreddit. I left because the guy who started it tried to like sell it to me, so I just left. I got kicked by Butt Farm from SS for calling out fake photoshopped so many one transfer or straight up fake CSDRS transfers controlling the feed. It was supposed to be a temporary ban, but it wasn't. That's right. CNS and the diamond handing narrative drove away the pressure of GME completely. Investor relations may not be able to disclose that info. I mean, they should be. It's an expense paid by the company. As a shareholder, I should be able to see it. Retail not owning shares outstanding would mean DRS is over 10% of retail holdings. Highly unlikely, isn't it? Why? It doesn't seem that unlikely. Surprised made Fluffy was a mod. He's old. You're risking having to fork out a death in service payment. I wonder how expensive it would be to hire a legal team with forensic accounting specialists who could sue for discovery to find out if any Supersonic mod team has financial ties to CS. Probably not cheap. I'm not going to pay to do it. Yeah, that's the other document I posted. Long dancing. The lawsuit in 2015 out of Colorado claimed CS was doing what you're saying. CS won that case on an MTD, but the allegations were that fees were too high and it was a breach of fiduciary duty. Oh shit. Yeah, I know. Yeah, they've literally been sued for it in the past. They don't, I don't know if they can. It could be a violation of like shareholder rights to mention, you know, having to pay those fees. I'm not even sure if they can share the fee schedule yet. They're not allowed to incentivize or disincentivize investors from DRSing. They're not allowed to either way, right? It's against the law. Dr. Ruth's Sex for Dummies equals DRS is for dummies. The mods are too dumb to have realized they could have made physical money selling CS and content with their phone number, opium figures they believe they're securing. You might not be wrong about that. Jimmy won't notice significant liability on their balance sheet. Sounds correct, right? I mean, I don't think they can note that, no. They cannot disincentivize shareholders from registering their shares. They are just simply responsible for whatever the cost is. Doesn't retail have to pay to transfer out? If so, this becomes known that Jamie is paying these fees. A lot of people might sell and then buy back instead of paying transfer fees, which is bad. True. Like I said, we still need more information. But it is compelling. There is motive. And thus, it needs to be investigated, right? Because it could disincentivize you from registering your shares. Independent NDA and fee schedule non-disclosure rules may restrict them from being able to share any part of the fee schedule with anyone outside of their billing department. Thank you, Gaff. Your compliance work is always valuable. Would you entertain? I would never DRS any of my shares at this point, ever. It's not unusual for flow of funds payments with financial sector to require customized fee schedules per account, and part of terms of those contracts and engagement letters is not disclosing. Could this be why we're being told how many accounts there are, as well as the number of shares DRS, kind of expecting us to work out that it's a lot of fees? Possibly, but they've listed the accounts and shareholding every time. I think it's more that that shareholding is materially relevant and needs to be disclosed to incoming or new investors. Because of this, even as an investor, investor relations very likely may not allow them to share with you at all. That'd be frustrating. Wasn't it Trimbath that was telling everyone to DRS to begin with, or no? I don't think Trimbath ever told anybody to do anything. Their increased costs do, Red Falcon. Most companies don't note it because a materially relevant portion of their shares is not closely held. I purchased one share via computer share on the off chance that there's a class action lawsuit so I can get my 9 cents. When selling covered calls, is it common to be called away when the price closes above the strike, but below the break even? It's pretty common to be called away if it closes above the strike. I think Adabit. No, I don't think Adabit was the one who pushed DRS. How far off was the SSDRS bot that counts DRS? It was like spot on. 8.9 million. Trimbath told everyone to buy her book at the beginning, and then she said DRS wouldn't be useful to MOASS. They mentioned the SG&A expenses increased, but said it was due to COVID and tech transformation. She said that investors should be responsible and owning their own shares being held, and the way to do that was through direct registration. That was it. That is, in fact, what she said. Did the shorts do an oopsie and use all of the shorts available? Sort of. Adabit didn't start it. If there was one good thing he mentioned, it's any call to action is likely FUD. DRS the float is a call to action. Yeah. Not bashing it, just discussing it. I don't have to discuss it in a positive light. Christian Road. So SPY is at 442.25. What did you say the market should be doing at this level? Breaking out or something? Yeah. Should start to. It's at the resistance though. It needs to break it. This would be a reversal. A fairly significant one. No, it's not a tinfoil theory, and it's testable. It's speculation right now. But it's a reasonable theory and logical. Maybe your team can contact some of your other holdings. Yeah, I can. Okay, like I just said, they are probably not allowed to specifically state that the expense of DRS, Red Falcon. Yeah, I also don't think their fees are not negotiated to some level. I'm sure they've been negotiated. So the previous fee example we have is not applicable to GameStop. We can use it as like a baseline, but it's speculative because we don't know in fact what GameStop pays for account maintenance. You're a gambling man. When this year would you say the SPY would fall below 400? Sooner rather than later? I don't know. It depends on the global political situation and what happens with Ukraine. It's going to depend on incoming Fed rate hikes over the rest of the year. It's on their fucking earnings report, Tone Chaser. They're a publicly traded company. Even MSM was talking about retail direct registering shares. How did anyone ever think it wasn't suspicious? It would be similar to lawsuit disclosures. No, we can't give details, but this may impact price of our stock. We're experiencing investor relationship fees that are having a material impact. Maybe it could be that the fees are not excessive enough yet to have a material impact. They may just be simply high. Again, we don't know exactly what GameStop's paying because we don't have their fee schedule, which is, you know, negotiated individually. Really? Thomas Petterfee was like very specifically talking about the exercise of options, though. What's your opinion on Express and JWN? I don't really have one. They're fine. JWN's probably undervalued. Express is doing okay, but I don't know how much value it's going to realize. What, like $5 a share? Again, for the 900th time, they cannot encourage or discourage investors from DRSing by publishing the fee schedule, or especially if the fee schedule is negotiated under an NDA, which it very well could be. But by publishing the fee schedule, they would be disincentivizing investors from DRSing their shares, which they are not allowed to do. If they move to another transfer agent and the account maintenance was, it's not whether it's predatory or not. We're not suggesting that the account maintenance fees are predatory. We're just suggesting that they exist. But if they move to a different transfer agent, they would have to move all of those accounts to a different transfer agent who would also charge a monthly maintenance fee. I can't imagine buying GME shares, DRSing them, and watching a sub every day to try to convince people to do the same. I mean, based on the daily comments on Superstock, most of them aren't. Like 20,000 daily comments on Superstock a day, down from 60 to 80,000 in June of last year. And that's not even unique comments. Unique comments are in the like $3,000 to $8,000 comments a day range. Actually, something interesting you can do, look up on the plaintiff lawyers from that case. Maybe they can give you more guidance on research without going too deep. Okay, I have time to do that during business hours. I could try Shilly Dan, but I don't know. Okay, but the larger elephant not being stressed about DRS is we have 14% of the entire float locked in DRS so far. That is substantial and quite an accomplishment as individuals collectively. Sure. It's it's not substantial. I mean, it's substantial ownership divided among 125,000 people plus whatever retail shareholders exist outside of that. It's expected within the expected range. The power law implies that a minimum of 5 years at a constant rate of registration for it to reach 100%. I was called a shill for saying 8 to 12 million shares registered, and it fell on the low side of that. I wish you never mentioned Sens. I learned more about glucose monitors than I ever wanted. I mean, they should be profitable in the future. Yeah, but it's not itemized, so we have no idea. Again, why we have to reach out to investor relations? There's a compelling case here. It needs to be investigated further. It is every GameStop shareholder's in every GameStop shareholder's best interest to find out more. Is it not? I'm very suspicious of anybody trying to shut the argument down at this point because it is a valid argument and a good question. Imagine being RC trying to send cryptic tweets telling investors to stop DRSing because it actually hurts. Then having SS interpret the tweet as the exact opposite. I think generally consumers make this assumption that large financial institution corporations will log onto a website and pay for things with a credit card, but the reality is that almost everything in the financial world is a negotiation that happens, and that negotiation happens behind closed doors and over encrypted email streams. And part of the negotiation is very clearly just shills calling shills. What? Did I miss a part of this? Have you considered that GameStop miscounted the shares DRS and it's actually the float? I mean, retail shareholding at the shareholders meeting was not the float. And I highly doubt that retail in the months since FOMO has died off has bought the remainder of it. Oh, identified as an understanding that the fee schedule is negotiated or never to be shared with potential clients or competitors is contractually binding. Yeah. Couldn't agree more, Gaff. Everyone rolled their fucking options on Feb 18, Green Eyed Bandit Elixir, you dumb shit. Way before Feb 18, they rolled them in January. Options can be moved forward. It's a sustainable position. It costs money to sustain the position, but it can be sustained. Girk 9052 end of day or 8991 end of day. I'll take the over. Maybe I can get the CEO of ComputerShare on here to answer the tougher questions instead of getting his asshole licked. Selling general administrative expenses did skyrocket. DRS fees would theoretically be a part of that, not cost of goods sold. As an investor, shouldn't anyone holding GME want to know what actual fees being paid are? Yeah, I think so. But negotiations don't mean that there aren't predatory tactics being done. It could be an industry-wide issue, but competition is generally driven competition in the market. It's only generally driven competition in the market. So I never know about the fees, it seems. Not necessarily. I mean, they can be sued for disclosure of the fees, right? Can you plant a tree so I can continue my nightly routine? There is a tree outside my window. Maybe you're at the wrong house. Super and duper impressive to get 125,000 peeps to be misled and manipulated into the same goal. Well, that's more speculative that it's the action of getting people to DRS is predatory in nature, right? It could just be advantage taken of a situation. What are your thoughts on price action in the coming weeks? Could be pretty interesting next week. We'll see. With the futures expiration, ETF rebalance, and ETF dividends due, we might have a pretty fun week next week. I'm excited. When I see those ads where the lady says, I'm an options trader, blah, 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 all I can think is, no, you're not. Wear your sweatpants and dark circles around your eyes. It's not a pretty job. So participate in a losing system because that somehow works, or maybe try every available option to fuck the short hedge funds. I vote for the latter, LATTER, and that explains a lot. Shouldn't CS be able to tell you the fees the company pays? No. Why would they have to disclose that to you? You're not their customer. If anything, that would probably be a violation of their agreements with the company. Never bipolar bear. So it really was pee pee poo poo all along, eh? I called it. If the float is not already owned, then what you're saying is SI is not that high either. I mean, SI on GameStop of currently borrowed shares is reported. SI synthetically on GameStop through ETFs, very high, but not a reported part of the float. Not reported as GameStop stock, nor is it reported as FTDs on GameStop. You keep forgetting that it takes share out of circulation, Gherk. That is verified. It doesn't matter. There's infinite shares in circulation. Taking a share out of circulation just means that another share in circulation will be lent twice. Literally nothing will happen, though. The rest of the market will rally and will stay below 100. I don't think that's true. Let me just say the fees are driven by competition between the transfer agents, but the fees can still be very high because it's required. Yeah. Essential service. What are your thoughts on January after hours price action before the Wall Street Journal article? Before the Wall Street Journal article. Oh. I mean, it started briefly before, but there was an exercise of like negative 4.2 million shares worth of delta on January 6th, and likely the price action we saw in after hours was the hedging of that. Most likely to mark long FTDs before XRT went on reg show. I stumbled upon something that looks like GME futures tender offer dated 6/19/2019. Is that something that interests you? Sure. Yeah, somebody could try that. I mean, the infinite shares can still be there from ETFs. It doesn't stop. Locking the float doesn't stop ETF creation or market maker liquidity provisions. So it's irrelevant. Also, it's not happening. Look at the numbers. I searched for DRS on Supersonic while there was a couple DDs there, and we didn't see any direct calls until September. They all had far more upvotes than the previous posts days before. Exactly. A share from circulation does nothing. Shares are always available. There's no such thing as going to the market and not having a shower to buy, or not having a share to borrow. Having a share to buy or having a share to borrow. Yes. I think to spite us, every other ticker will MOASS except for GME. Are you ready to go full degen next week now that Kramer has issued a segment dissing GME today? You know, inverse Kramer and all. I mean, I'm already full degen Dunstan, right? Like, I couldn't be any more degenerate if I tried. If the broker knows that you're good for that share, reducing liquidity, yes, reduces availability now. The ones who are able to borrow will always be able to borrow it. If only they serialized them, Gaff. What's the price prediction for GME by the end of 2023? Like, what do I think it can hit fundamentally? Or do you just want to know the price at the end of the year? Like, I think GameStop could pick up some significant valuation if it continues to increase its e-commerce sales and releases its NFT marketplace. If they're profitable, I don't see 200, 250 out of the question by end of this year. From a fundamental level, obviously that's not counting its potential for a squeeze or price anomaly event. I would be utterly shocked if the heavy DRS push was only smart forum sliding campaign for short hedge funds. Easy to say it's not a negative to DRS, but selling from DRS during a squeeze would be hard. I mean, according to Bloomberg, that's exactly true. That we own about double what's currently DRS'd. So retail brokerage accounts in December accounted for 8.7 million shares of GameStop, when DRS accounted for, obviously if shares are DRS'd from brokerages, the brokerage number will drop and DRS number will increase. So, I mean, what you're saying, 2x of 9 million is verified. It's also kind of confirmed by the voting implication of the shareholders meeting, which showed retail ownership at about 22.75 million. Right, now we're discussing shareholder numbers. MOASS can happen. I mean, a short squeeze can happen whether the float is locked or not. You don't have to lock a float to squeeze shorts. It helps. GameStop's very illiquid. It has a large amount of ownership. It's not as illiquid as other stocks, but still illiquid. Compounding obligations leading to forced settlement of FTDs or a large external catalyst. What kind of impact? Well, BBBY isn't in XRT. It's in a lot of the other ETFs that GameStop's in. It's in IWM, but it's not in XRT. If DRS the float of Citadel, will we then have such high maintenance fees that we moon? I mean, Citadel's not publicly traded, so it's not even an option. What about those surveys SS made? Super fucking biased. The methodology was fine, but the surveys conclusions were extremely biased. Amazingly, if I met you today, I'd have a lower basis, more shares, and wouldn't have wasted thousands on theta. But we're here, and I'm glad to have shared this part of the journey with you. Appreciate you, man. We all do. Thanks, Posty. I appreciate it, dude. I was saying shares outstanding as in 2x times 80 million. Oh, okay, sure. How? You're forgetting about CNS? I'm going to try to make a point one way or another, but random thought. Could growing DRS numbers discourage firms from entering long-term swaps? No, why? Forever revoke. They're the DMM. I mean, they're not going to be removed from that unless liquidity dries up or they're not doing their job. You think GameStop, say in 10 years, whatever, issue dividends again? Maybe. I didn't say retail only owns 8.9 million shares, but that's confirmation bias, if anything. Barry Pullman. I know a guy with shares does not mean that everybody has that number of shares. Were you able to get some of your Amazon shares? No, I'm just selling CSPs on Amazon. So I'm just trying to pick up enough money and premiums to then buy shares before the split. So usually when something big like Amazon or Nvidia or Google splits, it's going to drive interest up, right? In pre-split buying. And so if you know that a stock's going to have like fairly consistent buy pressure on it, it's very profitable to sell CSPs every week, right? As the price of the stock climbs, because it's very unlikely you can sell them much closer to the money, and it's very unlikely that you'll get assigned. And that should generate me enough revenue that or capital that at the before the split, I'll be able to buy some number of shares. I know a guy with like 20,000 shares. Off JFresh. I don't, out of the people I know, I don't even have the most shares. There's two people in this channel that have more shares than me that I know of. And then people outside of this whose shareholdings I know of have more shares than me as well. Yeah, I know record holders are only a registered portion, but the retail brokerages that have reported their shareholding counts to Bloomberg have reported 8.7 million, which brings you up to a total of like 17 million shares. How much cash do you need in an account to sell CSPs? You either need cash or margin equivalent to the cost of assignment. No money, no problem. Paper trading. I feel like we need more reminders of this. Yeah, that's true. Paper trading really would be something that any inexperienced trader should be taking advantage of. Trash Dan, I'm secretly holding 30 million shares. Amazon splitting 20 to 1. So is Google. Edward Kenway, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord, and I'll get you added to the Dillionaires Country Club after the stream, bro. Appreciate it, man.
Happy birthday, Gert. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rope. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker, trade, this is popcorn.
Greg, I want to thank you for expanding my scope of stocks beyond that of GME. Working on reading more and expanding my knowledge of the stock market. Doing my best to better myself. Thanks, probably not Gabe Plotkin, greatest trader ever. So 300K for Amazon, or, you know, 30,000 or $60,000 worth of marginable assets. They're not, I didn't say they were cheap, but Bandy. You're gonna be doing CSP on Google and Amazon? Yeah, both. One day you'll have as many shares as Matt Core's girlfriend. I actually think Amazon has more value long term, but they're both very valuable for different reasons. I think actually Google will have better performance over the next 3 to 5 years than Amazon. Paper trading is for paper hands. No skin, no win. No, that's bullshit. It's just how you lose money. If you want to get good at something, you practice, right? You don't need to be taught lessons by experience. Are you selling 45 DT on the CSPs or more hands-on weekly stuff? Hands-on weekly. Just try to maximize not theta value, but I'm trying to maximize profits, so I'm selling, you know, delta, like in the money. I'm trying to sell in the money on lows and then capture that extra premium. Sort of like scalping the dips. Lessons from experience are released, but a lot more expensive. Yeah. DDS is looking pretty good. The pain of loss is a valuable lesson too. That's what I tell myself. The problem is greed. Greed incentivizes you to use real capital because why waste your time otherwise? But you'll lose far more capital not knowing what you're doing than you would if you took the time to practice and missed out on that time, the cost of that time invested. We need to start a Pores Theta gang. I mean, MULN, right? Just go sell options to the degens. What is the rule that requires there to be a transfer agent? Is it in UCC 800 or one of the other regulatory bodies? I think the DTCC requires it for publicly traded companies. You don't have to have a transfer agent. You can do it in-house. But there's still costs associated with managing that in-house. Some corporations do. How do you feel Facebook is a value play? Any concerns with TikTok messing with profits in the future? Leaps are looking nice for Meta. I mean, I think Facebook's losing market share and advertising to more popular forms of social media. Reddit's going public soon, and that'll cut into its market share. It's just, I mean, it was first, right? But now it's getting more and more competition. I know, but it's the requirements of a necessary ledger and things like that. You got to do some digging. DTCC or NSCC. The SEC might require it. Check their regulations. If you want to sell options to the degens, just go do rig. It's like Sundial, only has viable business model and an actual product. Nice burn. They're not predicting 40 billion for their NFT marketplace. They said that the value of the market of the NFT marketplace is 40 billion, not their marketplace is 40 billion. I don't think RC's buying any more GameStop. He already owns the company. No reason for him to buy more. Maybe slowly over time, but not at once. Why would he 4x his cost basis? Mullen finances look like hot garbage. It's not a good company at all. It's just FOMO. I regularly 4x my cost basis by being an idiot. When XRT settlements? Next week, T+3. I just recorded my conversation with the CS rep, posted it in Quanticord chat. Is it appropriate to play on stream? It's so long. Yeah, not on stream. Okay, I'll play it later. I'm pretty excited about him tackling shorts in BBBY too. I also like that internalization on BBBY is they can't play the same game with settlement with CNS that they do with GameStop because NASDAQ is an automated exchange, and so there's no direct market makers or designated market makers, which could get spicy. This is hilarious. The 1 week nobody talking about their 0 DTEs. On the 1 0 DTE day, you could have been green in months. It's pretty rare, Sunburn Jones. I don't have 0 DTEs today, but I do have 80 and 85s that are in the money. But I'm going to hold them because they're for June, right? Like, why would I sell them now? Fuck. 40 billion, the NFT says you're RC's wife's boyfriend. Chilling on 3. The fuck are Fridays for? Is UVXY dead? The VIX? The VIX is slumping because the market's rallying. Plus 400% on 0 DTE 85 was one of the only successful 0 DTE trades in my life. Nice, dude. I mean, I feel like you could have bought a lot of stocks and been up today on 0 DTEs. It is rare. It's been a long time since we've had like a solid market-wide rally on a Friday. I have 10 0 HTEs. Is this sound financial advice? Options chain, it's looking fine, Duxton. GameStop's weaker, obviously, after the big drop before earnings at the beginning of this week. A lot of people bailed, but they'll pick them back up at these low prices with GME recovering after earnings so quickly. So I expect the options chain to fill in a bit more on GameStop in the coming days. As far as BBBY goes, Ryan Cohen's signal on leaps has attracted a lot of long-term investment and large delta value. So I'm very excited about BBBY's potential in the next month or two. If you could go back in time to perm day, would you still get it done? No. Is BBBY a good wheeling stock right now? GDS going for 300. I know. Excited. All 200 of my DDS shares just moving. Okay, I might actually hit 300 today. I don't know what to do with this. I think it's stopped out. I guess I'll just carry it over the weekend. I've got some time. Are you the entire market maker for DDS? I own 1% of the shares outstanding. No, 0.1% of the shares outstanding, or the free float. Is Cat the new negative beta king? I mean, it does better when the market's failing. It's part of the Dow, though. So it's just like if there's economic uncertainty, people are more likely to invest in like manufacturing and like long-term value investments like Kroger, Kraft, Caterpillar, like these stalwarts of American economy. Then they're more likely to pull money out of speculative things like tech. Cat's just the best. And it broke 220, so it's just gonna keep. This may be its longest sustained period at these price levels. So this is good. Do you think BBBY at its current price is more volatile than GME? Yeah. Regardless of price. Which day do we expect BBBY to be reg showed? If it follows the exact same pattern as GameStop last year, Tuesday, after market close. Also, would you still buy into Cat? It's riskier at these levels. When everybody was buying it, well, not everybody, but when I was buying it at 180, it was very safe. At 220, it's speculative that and what you're banking on is that it is going to return to previous valuations or beat them, which it's capable of doing. Don't get me wrong, but it's far more speculative at these prices. Cat is an infinite money glitch. I mean, it has been since September. I don't know if that's going to continue. Any price predictions for next week? For GameStop? No. I don't know what's going to happen. Gamma Max is at 144, so anything above that's... And right now we can't even break delta neutral, so... Would you buy BBBY calls at this time? I have been. I've been buying them for August and January at strikes from 25 to 80. How can I access Pickles Picks? If you go to the announcements channel, Edward, under the pinned announcements are the instructions for linking your YouTube account to your Discord account. And that'll unlock the private channels for you. I had no liquidity when I was at 180. Now I have liquidity and it's at the top of its channel and I'm not super duper happy about it. That's fair. I want to say you've got the most diverse group of seemingly intelligent and funny bots in your chat. So realistic. Thanks, Sunburn Jones. I don't know how much. I mean, there can be price action from it, but I don't know how that's going to relate. This is an unknown situation we're entering, right? And only until we see the price action can then we make determinations about what caused it, why it was caused, to what extent it was caused by each potential catalyst. I mean, it's like the analysis unfortunately has to come after the fact because it hasn't happened yet. This is not a situation that we've found ourselves in previously. Can you look at the go-to chart briefly and tell me what it tells you for the end of the day? I crushed today and have in the money 0 TETs. I'm debating on go-to. Jesus Christ, man. You buy just the shittiest stocks. If it keeps pushing up 250, but there's some decent resistance where it's trading now. Maybe like 230. Or not even 230. What is that? That's 223. 223, 230, and 250. Yeah, 223, 230, 235 are really the next resistances. Moving up. So I'd be watching for turnarounds at all of those. Ooh, GameStop breaking out. Look at it go. Countdown to CNS close. 17 minutes. I was gone for several days. Oh, that's probably a good thing. I know vaguely what happened to BBY. Is it possible the new GME circa December 2020? That's what I think. Yeah. Where do you check Gamma Max? My daily DD? A power hour rug pull coming. If I'm right, I'll tell you why later. Okay. Someone did buy a ton of 0 DTE 95Cs. Interesting. You explain why your company has disabled the MOASS button. It used to be on stream. Next stop, 101. By the way, guys. All right, credits updated. Did I not put the resistance in? There's resistance at 95.70 something, I think. Is that what it was? No, here. It's there. $97.31. Yeah, there's one there too. I guess I'll add it. I don't know how strong. This one only has one point of resistance, so power hour. Spread is bigly. It's 16 cents. Riku song will help boost this. Riku song? Oh, the Pigeon Whale song? Trend line? Stonks Kyoto? Not a lot of historic value on that. I mean, you're talking about the intraday. We've already broken that. That's here. There might be one from the top side. Yeah, there is. But I think we've broken that as well. Even if it was there, yeah. We've more than broken through that. So we've broken the downtrend and we've broken to the upside of the uptrend on the intraday. Yeah, I'm doing fine. Mavic, thanks. Bro, I got a 94.0 DT. What price would this halt at? 10% moved in at 5. I think 101's the next big resistance. We could get rejected here at 97, but this is also just a buy. Like this is a big push. It's losing a little volume right now. So, but I don't see volume climbing on this, so I expect it'll continue to push up. So this is just still buy pressure. It broke through the sell pressure here and here. So here and right here at 1455 and 1453. And yeah, volume's really not picking up right now sufficiently to indicate a lot of sell pressure at this level. So I think I'll still keep going. Where are you at, Moon? I know you fucking sold some, you greedy fuck. Why would this be computer share? This is because Freg came back. Thanks for the buy-in, Freg. Okay, rejected.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
It didn't. I made a delicious, like, coffee drink. No additional fees for new accounts? So they pay for no account maintenance. That's not what that sounds like. No account maintenance other than base price, I guess? That doesn't sound like anything's been confirmed at all. It's the base price that we're talking about. No, it's not decaf. Saying no additional fees is like when your cell phone provider is like no hidden fees. They're not hidden, they're just not telling you about them. Will they submit that in writing? My favorite thing is that like people are like, oh, customer service agents know everything about their company's business. They don't charge investors any maintenance fees. They do charge GME a fee per my convo. Thank you, Daniel. Which is recorded, I assume. Earlier today, you were talking about bid-ask spread. Will millions of synthetic shares be the reason the spread isn't as big as DDS? And they both have millions of synthetic shares. DDS is confirmed oversold. The evidence is right there. Like 70% registration, plus insider ownership leaves a available float of tradable shares of 4 million. 50% of the float is sold short. Of the 11 million share free float, which means 6 million shares sold short, but only 2 million available to actively trade. So it's already done what everyone wants to do with GameStop, and yet nothing. Good for you, Lost in the Scroll. That sounds like Matthew Schill. I know. Shilly calculations. Keep Costco. I'm watching for a cross of 558 on Monday for a push to 565. Cross at 558. Okay. I see the 558 resistance. It's not very strong. I would say you're going to run into a lot more resistance at 563. Let me look historically. Okay, so there's some historical resistance. Hold on. Okay, there's a little. It's really at 560 though. Like you have more volume traded in the 560 resistance. And then your target is like 560. Well, there's some at 562. Some at 565. So, yeah. I mean, you need to break 558, obviously, but 560, 562, and 565 are all going to present a little bit of resistance there. So, I mean, this is the point at which you need to be setting your limits and being ready to get out and like starting to follow your trend, right? If you have a corporation in your name, you might be able to inquire with the DTCC about transfer agent registration fees. I don't have a public corporation in my name. Is this the first time quad witching that wasn't a complete disappointment? Yes, and it's compelling as to why that's the case. I recommend buying shares in BBBY, not particularly. I like buying shares in BBBY. Ah, lame. Why is it compelling? Remember that video like a couple weeks ago where I discussed the potential that we have moved out of IWM obligations and into Russell 1000 obligations, which may no longer be on the same schedule? Well, if our OPEC schedule has changed from February, March, or February, May, August, November to July, March. What is it? July, March. No, January, March. No, it'd be March, June, September, December. I mean, yeah. March, June, September, December. It's possible. Should explain the earnings move too. Maybe. I guess earnings not really moved though. Didn't see anything about the corporation being publicly traded or not. Weird. Someone on StockTwits just posted this is the first green day following GME ER in 2 years. Someone on StockTwits is just the fucking worst. But August was green the day after earnings. So that's horseshit. As a matter of fact, this is the first green earnings for 2 quarters. I already sold a bunch at 225, but no, I didn't. It wouldn't let me. No opening positions. So I missed the window. See, you can say MJSD, but that's inaccurate because those are listing schedules for options. We're dealing with expirations, which are not the same. Even though, yes, MJSD, but as the expirations go, but those terms, JJOW, MJSD, FMAN, those are used for OCC listing schedules for when the options chain opens, not when they expire. So it's easy to remember them that way, but people need to note that difference because the terminology is not commonly used that way. Do we know the exact date in March for the potential new OPEC cycle? If we were moved to a different cycle of OPEX, then it would be today, would be the expiration with gamma exposure coming next week. Like I said, next week. Interesting. I'll probably write some DD on it this weekend. See, yeah, if you're not a member firm, they're not going to give you any information. I'll try it, but if somebody in here owns a publicly traded company, they can find out what the direct registration fees are. We appreciate you writing DD, but none of us can read it, so... Open up the member stream again, maybe? Fuck. I told you the lending shares available was a countdown. I mean, it always has been. But they can just buy 200,000 shares and it goes right back up again, right? You expect a higher price target than what you predicted in Feb? I mean, no, we're trading lower, right? I would still expect gamma max. That's the peak of the run. I mean, entropy swap's still in place, so. How can they change that and not tell anyone the expiry changed? No one's changing it physically. It has to do with the if we've moved to a different OPEX cycle. Let me try to explain this. Okay, so if OPEX has been moved to March expiry, right? Like instead of Feb. It's because our obligations are no longer due to the same basket of ETFs. So obligations would now be due to R1K ETFs. And it's possible that the declining price action we saw last year was the clearing of obligations out of the Russell 2K. But not, in fact, the building of obligations, which was taking place from October in the Russell 1K. Right? And so from October forward into our drop and our, you know, movement here into Jan and Feb, this is all building of new obligations and a new basket of ETFs. And if that's the case, and this is in fact OPEX expirations, very, very interesting. I guess it would imply that a lot of the things I thought they're doing are true, but also a bit odd because it leaves us in a bit of a different position. It was something I speculated on like a few weeks ago as a possibility, and that like these obligations aren't being built in ETFs that are cleared in Feb. But it also means that then they would have been clearing Russell 2K obligations for months after GameStop left the Russell 2000. Which is possible with the illiquidity that it could take that amount of time to clear them out. Dooms don't move the price. OPEX can. CS doesn't move the price. So possible OPEX and ETF rebalancing, and well, possibly. We have to see how this plays out, but yeah, it's theoretically possible that our obligations are due in ETFs that don't expire in the same cycle as the previous ones. Daniel Toad, they can't give anyone info on it. It's all agreed between the business and CS. The agreements are private and individually agreed upon. There is no standard cost. Okay. Well, that's like a big deal, right? When did GameStop first contract computer share? When was this contract written? Can we figure that out? Can we find like when they brought computer share on as their transfer agent? You never know. There's some very small publicly traded companies, Shilly Dan. This March earnings is much earlier than previous dates, 3/23, 26. It's not, but it's also new management. All of their earnings have been moved forward since Ryan Cohen became chair and the new C-suite took place. Every earnings has moved forward against historical trends. Whole mess starts over, possibly. There was ice in it. I chewed the ice. Farthest back I can see is 200. 2005. Okay. Jimmy first contracted CS in Cancun, spring break of 05. Do you think GameStop's market cap is undervalued? Not currently. It's about right, 7 to 8 billion. Ko-Fi doesn't have billionaire memberships. All of the YouTube memberships are on YouTube because like the access to the member stream and shit is on YouTube. So that's why I don't have any of the memberships on Ko-Fi. There's no memberships over there except that fucking ridiculous one, which don't ever pay for that. That's actually a joke. Why does Ivy get crushed when we see roughly 20% swing in price action over the last 24 hours? I mean, Ivy's getting crushed because of low volume, primarily. But out of the money IV is still quite high. There's actually like a lot of skew there. Yeah, like out of the money IV at 203% versus at the money or in the money IV, which is 145. But yeah, the upside IV has remained very high throughout all of today. Puts got crushed a little bit, but not too bad. But
But anything farther dated, absolutely. Like March 25th, anything outside of this earnings window is going to crush. That's what happens. Expectations from the market maker don't align with expectations realized on the stock, and IV crushes. Yeah, they're not pulling the plug. Can't believe market makers don't want my 140Cs right now. Why do we care if CS costing GameStop money? If it is, then it gets the shorts off your shareholders' backs and it will stop having people feel they need to DRS. If it is, then gets the shorts off your shareholders' backs and will stop having people feel they need to DRS. What? Can you repeat that in something I can understand? The first part makes sense. The second sentence is, I don't know what it means. Happy Friday, man. Glad to see you're still rocking the black and white look. It's just because my camera's fucked up. This is not by choice anymore. Element 612, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, dude. You can link your YouTube account to your Discord account to get access to the members only channels. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it.
Happy birthday, Gert. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we
I think they don't realize you have to beat the ETFs first, then DRS will have an effect. You can't beat the ETFs. It'll just never have an effect. It doesn't do anything bad unless it's hurting the bottom line, in which case it is an overall negative. But it also doesn't do anything good. Like, it just has no effect. If it was affecting share lending, GameStop FTDs would be growing exponentially since DRS began, and they are not. They're lower than ever. So it doesn't affect that, right? Like, remember back in October, we're like, hey, we'll wait and see for evidence in the FTDs. It's never come to fruition. There's never been any indication in the FTDs that CS is having any effect on the number of FTDs generated. It's not causing more shares to be borrowed. The only thing that's had an impact on share borrowing is XRT being reg show threshold listed. Like, the thresholding of XRT is the only big impact that we've seen on borrowing of GameStop shares. How do I update the stream to 1440p? I don't even know how to do that. I'll do it. I don't know how. No, the options part 1 video is just a very quick overview of the basics of what an options contract is, what it represents, and goes over some examples of call and put contracts. G was up 7.141%. MOASS confirmed. Does it seem like BBBY will be reg showed? It could be. Are there ETFs that encompass GME and any stocks that Ukraine, Russia would negatively affect? Possibly. I don't, probably not much, but yeah, I mean, things that have lost value that are also contained in ETFs that contain GameStop that were affected by the Ukraine-Russia conflict. Then yes. So it could have some effect. It'd be minimal though. What should be taken from the volume following earnings? Much higher than usual, but is that just due to earnings or quad witching? It's probably both. Cat trying hard to go green on the day. It's holding steady. It's doing good. I'm not worried about Cat. Apecoin went apish shit today. I just looked at Coinbase and saw it doubled in price 7 to 18 in 24 hours. Someone used 5 board 8's BAYC to make 1.1 million. Crazy. Oh, buying a rank boost? What the fuck is a rank boost? You can boost your rank now? That's horseshit. You literally have to buy the float plus 10 million, which is the amount in ETFs. Only then will it have an effect. Look at BBBY versus BBBY today. It reminds me of AMCX and AMC last year. I wonder. I mean, BBY and GME very closely correlated as well. I mean, like direct competition, right? My speculation on what's going to happen with oil down for the minute and the backup. Yeah, I think so. I mean, no one's going to be able to meet the production, right? That's required, that they're promising. And so the promises of production are bringing the price down near term, but I think it's just going to keep shooting up. So what do you think this afternoon's action is? What, today? I mean, there's a lot of shit today. There's some FTDs, which negligible effect, right? The market's coming up. So you have active funds buying into FTDs. You have quad witching. You have XRT rebalance beginning today. You have future contracts expirations happening today. You know, if millions of shares are owed to ETFs and those are being settled up today, and we're getting some price improvement from that as well, right? Are we in a full market trend reversal with the SPY at 444? Yes. I told you that earlier, like 4 different times and ways, Farmer Jed. Can you please go over how Delta causes hedging in your next teaching video? So many people are still so confused about how a gamma ramp works and how options can drive the price up depending on OI. I already have a video on here that goes over that. Whiskey Dave. Several. I have like far more than just one video on here that goes over that. And the stream clips. We're not on SSR. SSR isn't triggered in after hours. Were we low enough this morning to be on it? No. Why'd you invest in something called fucking Apecoin for the long term? Why would we be on SSR from yesterday? SSR doesn't trigger in after hours. It also doesn't matter, but... No, I expect moves T+2 from quad witching, Johnny A. What the fuck? Does nobody listen to a goddamn word I say? All of next week, ETF rebalances, dividends, T+2 from quad witching, T+2 from futures, all of it. All of it next week. Jesus fucking Christ. What? Go fuck yourself. How do you purchase shares in after hours? Limit buys and sells? I just got back. I'm a fucking bastard. Citadel Securities profits off of volatility, yet they control stock volatility. Does this seem overpowered and a massive conflict of interest to you? Yeah, sure. Good luck with that. Hey, are puts same as shares? T+2 next week after Penta witching DRS DTC default calls. Yeah, wealthy celebrities that'll sell out and leave idiots who are buying into it fucking bag holding. Daily high behind us probably. We could bounce, but I don't think we'll hit 97 again. Look at how cleanly we bounced off the resistance though. So good at this. Witness my technical analysis skills. Fucking peasants. I told you guys already, today's price action was because Frag had to buy in. Computer Share liquidated his position while he was hibernating, and so he had to buy back in today. I'm still 49% down on my position. What the fuck do you invest in, man? You have the shittiest investment strategy I think I've ever seen. And that's saying a lot given the people on this channel. Stop buying super far out of the money leveraged positions on fucking Tesla and Moderna. I've been mostly right about everything. I was right about literally everything besides December and January. That was it. Wrong twice. I'll admit it. The things I said would occur still occurred. They just didn't promote large positive price action, which is what we wanted. I've only rolled 3 times. Crime is your fault. You're wrong. It's not crime. It's not the company's responsibility to get shorts off their stock. You'll never get all the shorts off your stock. It's the shareholders' responsibility not to bankrupt the company they're invested in. Does that make you, Dad? I don't know. Equally fucking broke. Robinhood now has a roll button. You think we'll close below gamma neutral? We're already below delta neutral. I get a lot of shit for November, but 2 days after I put the DD out, the stock went up $50. I mean, no one made money on it, but that's not. Humility is unbecoming of you. Fuck him. You're right, Secure. Fuck him. How do you check gamma and delta neutral on TradingView? You can't. I love how short hedge funds adapting to avoid exposure that you identified makes your accurate identification of said exposure wrong. Whatever. Yeah, but DRS doesn't get shorts off the stock either. So it's just shareholders doing something dumb. Descending wedge on Gurk's prediction hit rate. Breakout next week. Love you, Pickle. Thanks, Ryan Cohen. I appreciate that. Market on close imbalance, 0.33 billion sell side. I think they're going to push the price into close. Probably. More options that expire out of the money, the better. You can't triple stamp a double stamp. I mean, they did. Does this volume indicate OPEX is next week instead? Potentially. I mean, either way, all the fucking obligations due to ETFs are due now. So we got T+3 for those to get settled out. Futures contracts closed today. There was no roll, at least not one of any significant value. So, yeah, those need to be settled as well. Quarterly options expire today, which need to be settled. There's a lot of settlement next week. Big confluence of settlement. Is our close about to get banged? Hard. Railed, I would even say. Dillard's has good earnings and insane insider ownership. And no float. And a lot of other things. It's also 50% short. Actually, CS specifically says that those fees cannot be disclosed. DVS has a dividend coming up soon. Yeah. Is there a possible there's a default on settlement next week and we wait? No, because the ETFs are going to rebalance regardless of the defaulting parties, right? So they can't wait 45 days to rebalance their asset pool. So what will happen is the ETFs will be on the hook for the rebalance and the settlement, and then, you know, whoever owes that settlement to them will be margin called and then have possibly time, but maybe not. Again, counterparties don't have to agree to an extension. They can liquidate. Chair made of sheepskin? No. Ew. That'd be so hot. Are your calls... Are you in calls for next week's movements? June at the money, right? Yeah. I have June 80 to 130 Cs. I might pick up some 680s before close today, just for an IV play. DDS 295. Looks like the squeeze is already starting. Don't forget that puts pressure on the rest of the basket. Would you expect MSM to pump DRS on GME if it'd drive up GME expenses and potentially bankrupt them? Sorry if you've covered this. Of course. When has mainstream media ever said anything good about our stock or done anything to benefit it? I got a secret lab a couple months ago, worth every penny. This thing's hard as a fucking rock, but I'll get used to it. Hospital told me it'll be 2,500 when wife goes into labor. You told me your espresso machine is 2,500. Upcoming FTD of hospital payment in favor of new espresso machine. Thanks, Psyche. I didn't ask investor relations what the fees were. I asked questions poking at what the fee is without asking about the number the fee is. Interesting. Always FTD your hospital bills. What are they going to do? Unheal you? That's not financial advice. Please check support on BPT. Support? Resistance at 1139. Resistance at 1139 to 1150. Next price targets at 12. You expect BBBY to pop if it gets to reg show. Absolutely. I wish CNS would let me eat above my caloric allowance and then cancel it and net it off. All right, I'm gonna need these April 510Cs to go in the money and recoup $3,000 real quick. If you flatulate enough in your secret lab chair and infuse it with your pickle farts, it will get softer and more comfortable. So I've heard. Stefan, I'm still just not trusting your technical analysis on this. I think it would just get stinky. See you later, Jen the teacher. If BBBY follows the same exact pattern as GME did last year, then it will probably be reg showed next week. Fix the lumbar? I have no idea how. It just seems to be like really high up on my back and uncomfortable. I'm not checking these nuts, but thank you, Magenta. What does reg show mean? Look it up. Look up reg show threshold securities list. Yeah, the up and down one doesn't seem to be working though, or at least I don't understand how it works. But it doesn't appear to be moving the fucking thing down. It just seems to stay in place. Thanks, HA. Appreciate it, man. There was... Read the fucking manual, trash down. Are you still... I haven't been able to listen in. Are you still holding Aprils or rolling to leaps? No, I have Junes. I rolled Aprils to June, like a week ago. More than a week ago? Yeah. Last week. On 310. After I confirmed that there was no futures roll covering, I rolled to June. Take a look at Uwu. No. Show calves. If my 90cc finishes under 90 but goes over 90 in after hours, will I be assigned? Probably not. Doesn't feel like GME being reg showed has helped a whole lot. GME hasn't been reg showed since just like last year. And it did. When it was reg showed, it went up to $483. Insane, Dave. XRT is currently on reg show, not GME. BBBY breaking out. It's doing a thing. Ooh. I like this. Is this regular FTD-ness that accounts for 8 million volume today? Well, we started going down as soon as CNS closed, so I would say it had an effect, yeah. Blue sent you a detailed step-by-step walkthrough to the land of 1440p 60 glory. Could we possibly get a 1440p 60 Dillionaire stream? Sure. Sure, Chicken Tender Daddy. If you can tell me how to fucking do it, I'll do it. If reg shared, can BBBY reach Jimmy's peak from last year? Probably not as high, it's more liquid. Although, the compelling part of that is, I said before, NASDAQ doesn't have DMMs, right? And so there's no internalization on NASDAQ, which means maybe it could go far higher. Remember that like billions of dollars were internalized by Virtu and Citadel last year, and without that on NASDAQ, the squeeze could have more potential if it does squeeze. I mean, it's a lot of speculation there. DDS may make it 300 by Monday. It's possible, yeah. Today's volume almost as many shares traded as DRS. BBBY, PayPal both show up similar times. What kind of protein shakes do you like? Huel, Black Rock Coffee, the Dan Special Sauce. Dan Special Sauce has more proteins, more protein per scoop than any of the other ones. It's the Bull Mayo is extremely high in protein. Next significant resistance for the SPY. I'll do some analysis on it over the weekend. I'll open the... All right, so we have a couple things to do after the stream today before everyone leaves. We're doing the rest of the... or we're finishing... I'm going to read off the winners of the Limerick contest from yesterday. And I'm... Just so everyone knows, I'm going to open the members only stream again, just because there's so much shit that's going to be happening this week. You won't be allowed to comment if you're not a member, but you'll be allowed to tune in and watch. So everyone will, I mean, most of your questions will probably get answered. If there's anything that you really need to ask, you can DM me on Discord. That'll be at 12:30 on Sunday. Eastern Daylight Time, or UTC minus, was it 4 now? Don't worry, they can't talk in here. They just stand outside the gates and look at us, enjoy ourselves. It's okay. Yes, but the pores are going to be allowed. All right, so ding ding, GameStop closing at 90.79, about $2 below delta neutral, forcing as many of those options out of the money as they could into close. They might bring it down a little bit more to try to get it under 90 and get that OI out of the money as well. Yeah, Long Johnson allows you to comment and talk. Long Johnson, Dillionaire, and Pigeon Whale are all allowed into the member stream, but this opens it up for Cornishons to tune in, and I think they can comment when I open it. I can't remember. Our volume was huge today. Yeah, it was pretty decent. All right, so the Limerick contest. First of all, big congratulations to our winners. 1 second. Tracy with the first place submission, winning a $50 GameStop gift card. There once was a Dan behind Wendy's. He spent every day giving handies. His wrist was so sore, but still he tugged more because he wanted all of the tendies. So congratulations on your $50 gift card, Tracy. Excellent job. And number 2, Dave of the Pigeon Whale Daves. The hedgies keep coming between us on RSS, Pi-Fi, and CNUS. They sell us their calls, kick us in the balls. Check Discord. You'll see secret penis. Congratulations on second place, Dave, and your $50 Charter Books gift card. And finally, Trash Dan at number 3. I keep the lady in my prayers. I won't fall prey to bears, but my head in my hand, I don't understand. Does puts cost same like shares? Number 3 spot. Congratulations, Trash Dan. Not nepotism. It was voted on equally. $20 stream card to Steam card to Trash Dan. And thank you guys so much for those of you that donated for the competition. It was good fun. I appreciate it. I'll see you guys all Sunday morning or afternoon. Have a great night. See you later.
Denny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Guineas.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico. Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.